That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Searching for a home? Don't miss American Heritage Credit Union's MyCU Home Connection program. Buyers and sellers gain access to exclusive savings and benefits, like a 20% cash reward. Enjoy lower rates and a variety of terms. Refinancing options are also available. Celebrating 250 years of the American dream. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to apply for a free pre-approval today. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days. But at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Mm-hmm. I love that song. Thank you, Dan Borowski. So thank you to all of you yesterday who came out. What an incredible day. I just was flying high. Thank you to Road Warrior John for doing a little bicycle tune-up all day. And
oh, is that what he was doing?
And taking off your shirt and signing in front. It was so much fun, Dan. Yeah.
Yeah, what was the, so I only tuned in during the last hour. What was the idea behind the sunbathing? He just wanted to go out and get some rays?
Well, he was out there because everybody was, I brought 2 of my bikes.
Okay.
To get to, so he was tuning up, just checking everything he was just doing that just out of the goodness of his heart. It's just an incentive for people to come on out.
That's fair.
Yeah, it was really sweet.
It wasn't one of those like I'm just gonna go leave the event, open the door, let all the air conditioning out.
He was out there the whole he was out there. They had a speaker out there so he could hear the show, but then he was out there actually working.
Wow.
And and just fixing up gears and the whole thing. So then it was beautiful. It was warming up. Beautiful. The sun was out. So I think we just happened to notice that he was taking a rest or whatever. And he didn't know we were looking at him, but he was out there and then took off his shirt, and then we were like, ooh. Ooh.
Yep.
So
Matt Rooney was very excited. Overly excited.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, he said he was staring out there. I do actually have a clip of you want to relive that moment real quick from yesterday?
Sure.
All right, let's go. I'm just loading in here.
It's fun.
And 1, 2, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We actually have video footage as well.
Watch on the chin. Now that just could be, Claude.
I'm sorry. She looks just like Mike Francesco.
Or Road Warrior. I'm concerned about Road Warrior.
Oh, look at him. Oh, my God.
He's just sunbathing on the picnic
He's
mat.
like, what is it with Nick Cale? Has this effect on people? His daughters?
Oh, look at this.
They go out and they sun out on the table.
Close the door. The air conditioning. He's the only guy. Dawn, he's the only guy to ever sunbathe with mountain boots, jeans, and a long sleeve shirt on.
He's just...
Maybe we sprawled out on a picnic table living his best life.
I love it. Oh, now he's taking a shower. Oh, no. Road Warrior's a little famished.
Yeah, look at him. He's thin. Look at that stomach.
Wayne, get him a bagel.
Rosie would kill for that stomach. Even her surgeon could. Look at.
Be honest, I'd kill for it.
He looks to get in shape and have a stomach like the too sexy for my bike.
Can I just say, I would like to thank everybody for coming out today. Thank you, everybody.
He really took that one back, didn't he?
And we never show his face, because he likes to remain anonymous. So we just show the body, which is fine.
Was
with
he angry
us.
that you guys showed the body?
We just showed his. Well, we didn't want to. He doesn't want his face seen. If you notice that. I know. Did you like? I started singing that.
You were here.
Yeah, baby. I'm too sexy.
It was a fun event, though.
It was.
Yeah.
We were silly. It's always like a nice reunion. Thank you to all of you raised yesterday, and I think these numbers keep going up. So you can go to FBBCF, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.org, and you can donate either one donation, join us for the bike ride in any way that you can. You can do a monthly, and then the special. I had such nice compliments with the special where we were just really going behind the badge and some of the widows. Obviously, we love Mark. We love all the, Mark, who's the founder, obviously. Dan Borowski, you did a beautiful job putting that together.
Hey, thank you.
So thank you. It was on video.
You make it easy, Dawn.
It was wonderful.
Hey, can I just say Road Warrior is in our chat if you want to go
Oh, my gosh.
say hello to him, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. He says, my wife heard everything. I was on the phone with her. There was a speaker outside defending himself from the air conditioning planes. Great stuff, Road Warrior. You're a good GM.
Yes.
You're a good GM.
Looking good, John. But we're not fully naming you, and we're not, showing your identity. So you're like our mystery man, unless you go to our events. Then you can meet him and all of us in person. So I did just want to headline before we take a break, and then we'll reset at the top of the hour, and we have our great award-winning investigative journalist. This is Todd Shepard. Haven't talked to him in a little bit, Broad and Liberty, but an incredible new report that he just put out. And thanks, Dan, for setting him up. But wanted to get to this we talk a lot about Pam Bondi, former U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi, appearing in front of a this is a House panel, probing the issues surrounding convicted sex offender pervert Jeffrey Epstein, now dead. But Pam Bondi, remember that we just learned this week that, in fact, she had been battling thyroid cancer. Thank God. Looks like she has a good prognosis and has been treated for the thyroid cancer. So she's doing okay. But the testimony in D.C. taking place behind closed doors, but the transcripts or maybe even the video might be released at a later time. That's what we've heard. And so remember she was formally subpoenaed by the House Oversight Committee. That was back in March. She has appeared before. It was contentious. And I will tell you that even though she, President Trump did announce that she would be leaving and moving into, I think, a private sector job. And also she had these private issues fighting the cancer, we now know. But since she left, you don't hear much about Epstein. I mean, that's the truth of it. And so it was a shame that she, it was a shame really that it had nothing to do, I think, with the job she was doing. And I said this before. It was that it's all about the media, and it's about the media narrative, because truthfully, the media is always going to be biased against this administration. But because she was a relative newbie, she had only been on the job, if you remember, when she first came on the job, had been on for maybe a couple weeks. And unfortunately, when she made those announcements, basically promising that she would have a so-called Epstein list, everything was on her desk. Breaking news, Jesse. She said it. I can hear her saying it. And when she said it that day, I was like, oh, she was on the Jesse Waters show and she said, breaking news, Jesse, the Epstein files. And it was on it was midweek. And she said by Friday, there were promises made like that. Even though if you listen to everything she said, she later then said in that same interview, they're on my desk. We're working on it. We hope to do blah, 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 blah. But the words she said, and you have to be really careful, especially when you're a conservative, especially when you work under the Trump administration, you actually have to be, they dissect every word you're going to say. And so they just would never let her go. And so every time you saw her, even if it was for something else, it didn't matter. Every time you saw Pam Bondi, it was an excuse for everybody to go, where are the breaking news? Where are they? And so that it just became a constant reminder of something that was promised that never should have been promised. And of course, we've talked about it. Epstein, this issue, all these career politicians, Schumer, all of them. Why didn't they push for everything to be released during previous administrations? This is just a political hot potato. It's a whole tragic story. But unfortunately, she became the face of a promise that was never going to be kept. I mean, that's just the truth of it. And so now that she's out of the spotlight, you don't hear about it anymore. And the whole thing was a shame. And it shows you how things can be used and pimped as a political hot potato. That's what that is. It's not right. It's not good. But this guy should have been put away. Epstein, meaning he should have been put away 20 years ago. They had him. Imagine you're a cop on a case and you have a 14-year-old girl who's a victim of some sicko, and you uncover the whole thing and you think, we've got this guy. Suddenly the feds swooped in for some reason. Under the Bush administration, the feds swooped in. There was a sweetheart deal. And then it was all shuffled underneath the carpet. The cases were sealed. And that's why a lot of people didn't even realize the depth of what this guy actually did, because he got some federal sweetheart deal. And that tells me a lot. But it was wrong. He should have been locked up for the rest of his life. That's the truth. In any event, just wanted to let you know, Pam Bondi, I'm a fan of hers for a long time in her career. I've followed her career. She's a dear friend of Linda Kearns, who's a friend of mine. So I just think that she got a raw deal in there, but I hope she's okay with recovering from cancer. And there's always a good prognosis with that kind of thyroid cancer, 98+% cure rate. So thank God for that. All right, quick break. Thanks for being here on this Friday. And Todd Shepard just ahead.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try
It's Tri-County Auto time with new May deals on Toyotas and Jeeps. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. The Memorial Day sales event is going on now at Tri-County Toyota. Take advantage of special savings across their lineup, like a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma with 2.99% APR financing. Ask about their veterans specials. They love veterans at Tri-County. It's their way of saying thank you to those who served our country. Now, if you're ready for your next Jeep, step into a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler with legendary capability. Now leasing for just $392 a month during the Declaration of Deals sales event. Tri-County Jeep has over 25 Jeep Grand Cherokees packed full of savings. Stop by during the Declaration of Deals event and see my great friends over at Tri-County. Look for the gigantic American flag and go on their website at tricounty.com to see all the great specials. King of Prussia, Limerick, Jersey, Philly, the main line, easy to get to from wherever you are. Tricounty.com.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With the Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
As Philly celebrates 250 years, it's a reminder that the businesses that last are the ones you can truly trust. That's why so many families rely on United Tire and Service. When it comes to your car, you deserve honesty, clear explanations, and no pressure. Just experienced mechanics who tell you what you need, what can wait, and get the job done right. With more of us keeping our cars longer than ever, having a team you trust really matters. Visit UnitedTire.com or your locally owned United Tire. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Recently, our company softball team lost the big game by 1 run. Then Dale tried to console us with the quote, "Winning isn't everything." Dale's a loser. I play to win, like early payout from Bet365. If my team goes up big, I get paid out instantly, even if they blow the lead later.
Sound familiar, Dale?
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you suffer an injury, we will work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
President Trump in the Situation Room. That's the latest word and the developing story on the Iran so-called deal, the memorandum of agreement that we've talked about. So is President Trump giving the okay, and do we have some progress here? We'll wait for word. They're behind closed doors in the Situation Room meeting. So is there a deal or not so much? So we'll find out that, watching that as well. But we had a title here that was, here was the title talking about Shady Shapiro, the scandal that won't go away. And so these are new documents reportedly that are undermining the administration's explanation surrounding some deleted emails tied to a scandal within the administration that I've reported extensively on here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But a scandal that just won't go away. You remember I talked to Senator Kim Ward, pro tempore, and she was the first one to speak out, or maybe the highest level, senator or woman in the Senate, whatever you want to say there. But she had spoken out about this and talked about some kind of disturbing details that were coming out of this that she wasn't okay with. So we saw our friend Todd Shepard, great award-winning investigative reporter, looking into this. And we wanted to, get Todd's take and get the latest on this. Broadandliberty.com, great site for journalism, as you know, and always going in depth. Todd Shepard, it's been a while. Good to have you here.
It has been a while, Dawn. Thanks so much for bringing me back. I appreciate it. And it's good to be with you.
Yeah, absolutely. So take us through it. I know that, Senator Ward, I was a little surprised because this goes, I'll say, against the image that we see of Governor Shapiro, local guy. We always hear the, stories. His childhood sweetheart, high school sweetheart, Lori, happy marriage, happy kids, good dad, great image. And so this whole story of somebody within his administration, when he brought in Mike Vereb, when he brought Vereb in as somebody who was a Republican in a bipartisan administration, that was something that was important to Shapiro. And then we heard some bad details and this guy goes away, but then there was an alleged cover up. So what can you tell us about the situation and what you're discovering during your journalistic investigation?
Sure. So I guess I'll take just as short a time as I can to give a quick summary again of just how everything got started in 2023. The governor wins his election in November 2022. He starts to make his administration in January of 2023. He brings over from his own AG's office this Mike Vereb person that you mentioned. Vereb was a former state representative. As you said, they're both from Montgomery County, and they both served in the state house for many years together. Vereb had worked in the AG's office for him as the director of legislative affairs. So in other words, the way I would call it, he's the lobbyist of the General Assembly. But when you're the governor, you really do have to have a point person who is, your key connector between the governor's office and the members of the General Assembly. So Vereb comes over after the election to be the director of legislative affairs in the governor's office. And that's an incredibly high power position in that office. It's got to be one of the top 3 or 4 most influential roles you can serve to the governor. So this younger woman, she was about 30, give or take a year or two. She comes on board and she's a deputy in the Office of Legislative Affairs. And so she works for Vereb. And within a month, she quits, she leaves the office, and a short time after that, she files a complaint with the Pennsylvania Human Relations Commission. Now, this stays silent for several months after that. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't until September that the news originally broke. And if I can be vain enough for just a second to say, I'm proud that we broke it at Broad and Liberty. A lot of outlets say the Inquirer broke it. I'm sorry, we beat them by an hour. And we were pressing the administration on an interview with Vereb the day before. But she had written this, her complaint says that Vereb sexually harassed her in office. It started with some sort of flirtations, then some sort of jealous remarks, and then it just resulted in an outright proposition. And she says that she was also threatened that, her job performance, she might get some negative job reviews. And so she felt like she didn't have any option. She leaves, and she settles with the administration for $295,000. So I know dates are tough on radio. But I generally find that if I, sort of tell the audience in advance, try keep 2 or 3 of these dates in mind with me. This will help. She quit in March of 2023, but the settlement didn't happen. She signed her portion of the settlement August 31st, 2023, and then the administration signed it the next day, which was September 1. Okay, so we do the story on September 27th or 28th that Verb is resigning and that he's doing so because of this, this harassment claim. So one of the key questions we keep asking, and the administration just refuses to answer, is, now the administration has told me by email that the governor knew by the time the settlement was signed. So if he knew by the time the settlement was signed, why did Verb stay on for 4 more weeks? That's issue one. And I have asked the administration 16 times this year, in the last 5 months, to answer that question. They won't do it. The other thing is after I got a little distance from the first big story that Verb was resigning, I finally had the time to sit down and file some right to know requests with the governor's office. And one of those requests, for example, asked for all of the emails for the accuser for the last 6 days she worked. And it was several months later, and I noticed that of the documents I was getting from the governor's office, I wasn't getting any documents that matched that portion of the request. So we took that to court. And last year in court, the governor's attorney said, I mean, I'm paraphrasing here, but in essence, he said, well, when we went to go find the emails, they weren't there anymore. And so in essence, he said they were deleted. I asked the administration later, would you say that they were deleted? They said yes. So again, with those 16 requests on the other issue, I've asked them every time, when was the accuser's email account deleted? And again, they simply refuse to divulge that information. It should be an easy fact, and they won't say it. So there are many other nuances to this story. My last story was, I think, like almost 2,500 words, which really gets into a lot of nuances of the right to know law, but that's kind of where things stand right now.
And so, and I should point out, because people might think, well, why don't they just ask the victim in this? Both sides signed what has become a controversial confidentiality agreement, right? So both sides have said that they won't discuss the allegations. She wouldn't, I guess she put in there, she wouldn't, I guess that would mean she can't release the emails even if she had them. I'm assuming that would be covered in that agreement that she signed to get nearly $300,000, $295,000, right? That was paid. I'm assuming, are those tax dollars?
They are, and they mainly were paid out of a fund it's kind of a quirky little insurance fund that the state manages to pay for certain kinds of claims that aren't covered through other kinds of insurance or other kinds of liability issues. So it's my understanding that this fund paid a portion of it, and the governor's office had to pay for the other portion out of the governor's own budget. I can't tell you what that ratio is, though, but yes, they were tax dollars, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just against these. I think I've talked about this before. These types of agreements that are signed, especially when you're talking about tax dollars, and I think that's to your point. You're doing the due diligence to say, hey, we the people have a right to the transparency that we've been promised. And you've gone as a journalist, you've filed these freedom of information requests. The fact that we, the people, we've paid for this and they're doling out our money, essentially our tax dollars, and that we don't have the transparency, that right there is wrong and infuriating. And so where are you now with this? And you have a great article. I would just push everybody to broadandliberty.com. But with this scandal, it's not going to go away.
Well, I'll at least say this. We're asking those questions. I keep waiting for someone else to. And there have been a couple of places that have. For example, I tip my hat to Philly Magazine, who asked a tough question to the governor about this last year. I would also tip my hat to The Atlantic. When they did a big profile of Governor Shapiro, they asked him, and they mentioned our reporting about the deleted emails, and I'm grateful for that. A couple of quick other comments here, though, about some of the things you mentioned in the lead up to your question to me, Don, is you mentioned the NDAs. Who else didn't like non-disclosure agreements, or who else really looked down on them, was Attorney General Josh Shapiro when he was going after the Catholic Church for their sex abuse problems and scandals. And he excoriated NDAs and said they were a part of the problem in terms of the entire cover-up. And so now his administration has an NDA like this of the very kind that he used to condemn. But back to your main issue on the transparency front, look, do I know do I know that there's something in her emails that is a smoking gun? I don't, but they're one of those things where you can start to create a jigsaw puzzle, right? There may be 500 little things that you can put together that sort of assemble a picture for you and help inform you of what was going on at that time. But, the administration, Governor Shapiro was asked, when we did the first story about the deleted emails, he was asked by another reporter about this last year. And he said, I'm confident my administration adheres to all retention schedules, talking about keeping documents for the purposes of transparency. And, what we found is it just doesn't pass muster. Again, I'm going to really beg forgiveness from your readers here for just a minute. Well, doggone it, I had it up, but the government is supposed to keep documents for a set period of time, and the retention schedules in these matters, they say, any plans, any debates about bills, and of course I'm paraphrasing here, but it even says for executives or deputies, and she clearly met that criteria. She was a deputy secretary in the Office of Legislative Affairs. Now, because her emails were deleted at the governor's office, I obviously couldn't see those, but I did know what her policy portfolio was, right? So I know that she had a set number of agencies that she dealt with specifically in terms of legislation. I went to each of those agencies and I asked if they had copies of and again, using the power of the right to know law. And I asked if they had emails to or from her in that date range. And what each of them came back to me, and they withheld dozens of them, and they did so because of what's called the deliberative process privilege, which is a privilege. I won't get into it, but basically they had to say these were high-level executive debates about legislation, about policy, about assignments or appointments, like cabinet level appointments. And so that's exactly the kind of criteria that the retention schedule says has to be kept for 8 years. And in her case, none of it was. So the administration has not given a satisfactory answer at all as to why they thought her account could be deleted entirely. And they have not answered the question as to whether they did any kind of analysis to whether it met the retention schedule requirements.
Yeah, and Dan, I emailed you this. So in the Broad and Liberty article, and this is I love about this, that you put in some of the sourcing that you're looking at, even the retention schedule, that shows the level of an employee and then the transparency requirement by law. And part of that is whether it's 2 years or 8 years, there are very detailed, specific outlines that they're supposed to follow. And that's what's in the article, which is fantastic, so that you as the reader can go through and say, okay, well, this is fair game then. That if this was an employee and this was what, it should be a minimum of 2 years or 8 years, whatever that is. Thank you. Dan has it up right now so that you can see that this is part of the law, which is good. That, especially when we're paying for it, but, we're paying these people, they work for us. And this is the kind of transparency that we have been promised, and that now it would appear we're being denied if they just think that they can ignore it.
Right. And so the one other thing that the article advances was just a couple of weeks ago, I received a document. This goes back to a right to know request I must have filed well over 16 or some odd months ago, but it got hung up in appeals. And but it was an email from an IT personnel in the governor's office, and this person emails Mike Verb about a week after the accuser left, and the subject line says, "Give me a call about the lit hold." And then he says, "I'm going to have to sit down at your desk for 5 minutes, do some things, and you're going to need to sign a document." And it's very clear that what's going on here is what's called a litigation hold, which is when you anticipate that there's going to be, litigation or a claim of some kind, that you have to preserve documents. It's the law. And it's clear that they're doing this with Verb's documents. And I've asked the administration again many times, did you do that with the accuser's documents? And again, they won't answer that. And I mean, again, I'm not a lawyer here. I think I'm reasonable enough to do an eye test on the retention schedules. But, in terms of a litigation hold, it seems, again, I'm not a lawyer, but it seems reasonable to me that you would not only preserve Mike Verb's documents, but that you would preserve the accuser's documents. That just seems common sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
It also seems to me that that the administration could answer that question and still not be in violation of the non-disclosure agreement, right? Like, just you could just say, we placed a litigation hold on her documents, including her email account, on X date. And I think they could do that without violating the NDA, and they refuse to do that.
Yeah, and what's interesting when you were talking, because I had looked up lit hold in jargon for, IT experts. And so in their handbook, or whatever you want to say, it's a litigation hold is, in other words, it's used widely for disciplinary actions. And that it also means that once it's removed, a lit hold gets removed from that user's mailbox, but everything which has been held up in that so-called lit hold should be saved. Like, they know that what they have here, so there's a legal purpose for it, and an IT person would be someone responsible for that. And so there's a whole procedure that's spelled out here. So that would lead me to believe, well, there are other witnesses, to this. In other words, that IT person, to your point, they would have been told to put the hold. They would have been told to then release it, right? There's a whole procedure.
Well, not only that, but you would also think that someone clicked their mouse when they deleted the accuser's account, and that that there's someone that knows all of that information. And I've even gone so far as, look, I don't think that administrative IT systems like this, that you delete an account and everything just vanishes like a smoke ring in the wind. This is that the deletion of the account should have produced metadata, which is, it's kind of auxiliary data, or it's an auxiliary note that the IT system performed this action at such and such time, right? Mm-hmm. And I've even gone so far as to write to know that information, and I've never gotten that either. So it's just amazing to me that someone like this, who held such a high level position, that not only could the account be completely wiped away, but there's not even any administrative metadata that would show when it was wiped out. The one other thing I would add really quick, just while it's on my mind, Dawn, is that email about the lit hold that I mentioned to you. Again, it was a really long legal battle, but when I file a right to know request for a certain document, it's presumed open, but there are certain exemptions that allow the government to deny turning it over. Those are called exemptions, of course. Mm-hmm. I would say that for this particular email on the lit hold, the governor's office applied 5 exemptions. They tried 5 different exemptions to keep this email from me. And during the appeal process at the Office of Open Records, the Office of Open Records viewed the email personally. It's called an in-camera inspection. Mm-hmm. But they did that, and they denied all 5. So let me just give you an example of how silly one of these was. Like, they claimed attorney-client privilege, even though the IT person is not an attorney, And Mike Verb isn't an attorney, not at least to my knowledge. Nobody's ever told me that he is, and I've never seen anything anywhere to suspect that he is. So how in the world could this be attorney-client privilege? They tried to claim pre-decisional deliberation, which is there has to be a debate about the actions that an agency is about to take. There's no debate in this email. The guy's saying, I'm going to come to your desk and you're going to sign a document and I need to have access to your computers for 5 minutes. There's zero debate. And so the governor's office was desperate to not have this email be revealed. But finally, thank goodness, the rule of law prevailed.
Yeah, in this one, it's fascinating to me, and we've talked about these different NDAs, whether they should even be legal. It was the premise, really, I'll say, in Montgomery County of when Bruce Castor lost back in the day, because of the NDA and that whole deal with Bill Cosby, and that really was a huge story, and the focus on these non-disclosure agreements, which, full disclosure, I've signed in TV news and a lot of corporations and businesses. You just sign them, but it's generally speaking, it's because corporations and companies are just saying, hey, you worked for me. We will agree not to badmouth each other, and whatever company secrets we had, we're not going to disclose. But this is, and okay, I'm fine with that. But with this one, I just have to wonder, and I know you got into DHS and all of that. I mean, do you see other pathways by which this could all see the light of day? Where are you within the investigation to try to get to the bottom of this?
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of laugh because it's such a great question. And you're right that it really is the obvious question, not just in this case, but at the federal level, in the U.S. Congress, at state houses all across all across this country, and in other kinds of governments, even county governments, municipal governments. And I just don't know that anyone has sort of broken that code or figured out a way to cut that Gordian knot. It is a problem, though. And people who, especially for people who are repeat, I don't want to use the word predators, but people who have engaged in bad behavior repeatedly, they quickly learn how to use non-disclosure agreements to their advantage. Yeah. And they also learn how to do that, for example, combined with settlements. It's always in combination with the settlement. And so, if you were someone that had been hurt in a way like this, you can see what a strong attraction a deal like that would have for you in the moment. You want to get the issue behind you. You want to feel like you were made whole, or that something happened so that there was some sense of fairness. I'm not saying that a payout makes everything right. But you could understand how, well, at least I got some recompense. I never really had the intention of speaking out that much about it in the first place. So you can see what a strong attraction it would be, but still it is a real problem. And I think the problem is most exacerbated when it's in the government level, because we really are talking about people who operate in the public trust.
Yes. Well said. Well, Todd Shepard, Broad and Liberty Investigates. You're a wonderful investigative reporter, and you're just so detail oriented. And so I have no doubt you'll stay on it. But it was good to catch up with you, and thank you so much.
Dawn, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Todd Shepard, broadandliberty.com. Great. I know many of you. I think I get so many comments whenever I talk about Broad and Liberty. Just a great site and so thorough. And I'll just say this: you think of any other workplace. We all have, HR. We talk about it. Human resources, right? The HR lady, what did you do? And you're called to HR. And so the one place that they don't seem to have a regular HR is, like Todd was alluding to, that's what Todd Shepard is talking about with our elected officials. They work for us. And have you noticed in Congress, and this is at the federal level, but also in our state legislatures. They don't have an HR. They don't have this accountability. And so I feel like it's disingenuous, quite frankly, when these same people sort of lecture the rest of us and they're the one legislating. But I think we need to have, first and foremost, accountability with regard to them. In other words, at the state level, at the federal level, this is reform that is indeed needed. Because how can these individuals, if they personally don't have to be held accountable, then how can they actually hold us accountable? How can they write the laws that we have to follow when in fact they don't even have their feet to the fire? So that's my take on it. I feel like they don't want it for a reason, the vast majority of them, and that's not right. And I think that we need to hold them accountable. I think Governor Shapiro, Governor, you need to disclose this information, make it transparent, in particular because he's up for re-election in November. And by the way, he's a husband, he's a father of a daughter, right? One of his kids is a daughter, we know. So as a dad, as a husband, and as our governor of Pennsylvania, make this transparent, make it right, and have full disclosure. Do the right thing. I'm Dawn Stensland. We'll continue. Thanks for being here on this Friday. Be right back.
If your ride's out of warranty and something big breaks, it could cost you thousands. Ludacris here. Let me put you on to the auto protection I trust, Endurance. With Endurance, you could never have to pay out of pocket for covered car repairs again. I'm talking about the pricey stuff: drivetrain, transmission, electrical, AC, plus lots more. You pick the certified mechanic and Endurance pays them directly. No middlemen, no runaround. If your car is under 20 years old, you're covered with unlimited miles. Plus added benefits like 24/7 roadside assistance and towing. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Listen, saving money is the same as making money. So who's gonna cover your next breakdown? You or Endurance? Right now, pick the plan that's right for you and get a full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free. All backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee.
For your fast free quote, call 800-295-0763. 800-295-0763. 800-295-0763.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
Attention PA New Jersey home sellers over 60. The silver tsunami is not coming, it is here. More empty nesters selling equals more competition. And the truth is, prepared homes will sell, overpriced homes will sit, and unprepared sellers will take forever to sell and for less money. Diane Giordano Casaccio, broker owner of Giordano Realtors here, and join me for my next home seller seminar June 9th at 5 p.m. in Fort Washington for wine, appetizers, and a meet and greet with Dom Giordano. Seminar starts at 6. Learn how to prepare early, avoid costly mistakes, sell fast, and create your game plan before the market gets more competitive. Every attendee gets a free copy of one of my home selling books. Diane Giordano says, your worst nightmare is when your home does not sell. RSVP now. Learn what you should have done first. Call 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.com.
Make growing your savings part of your summer plans. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 8-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.5% annual percentage yield. Or choose our 18-month option and earn 3.4% annual percentage yield. Explore all your options at firstharvestcu.com/certificates, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
It was just
one unforgettable night.
One of those things.
An evening with Harry Connick Jr.
Just one of those crazy flings.
Performing songs from across his remarkable career.
Welcome by me,
Harry Connick Jr.
Come talk to me, baby.
Friday, July 24th, Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Tickets are on sale now at theborgata.com.
You got to go see the Mardi Gras.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Picking out an engagement ring can be terrifying. You're searching for the ring, but have no idea where to start. Go to Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton. The team, especially JR, makes it easy. No pressure, just real help from someone who cares. They break down diamonds, styles, and what actually matters. Their selection is huge. Every shape, size, and price range. You leave confident, not overwhelmed. When it comes to finding the ring, there's only one place to go. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Weather sponsored by D&K Appliances.
A comfortable air mass will remain in place through the upcoming weekend. We'll have plenty of sunshine today with low humidity with a high of around 80 degrees. A cold front moves through the region tonight dry. It'll just bring some clouds, turning breezy with a low 60 for the city, 50s in the suburbs, and a cooler day on Saturday, plenty of sunshine and breezy with a high 72.
Sponsored by D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offering industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their local experts guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances at Newtown Square in Flourtown or dkappliances.com.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture, we cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow this breaking news out of Stafford County, Virginia. That's just about a mile south of Washington, D.C. We're learning 5 are dead, 34 injured in an I-95 bus crash. And here's what we're learning from our Fox 5 D.C. team. A deadly crash on Interstate 95 in Stafford County early this morning left 5 people dead and dozens injured. This is all according to Virginia State Police. They also say that crash happened around 2:35 a.m. on Interstate 95 southbound in Stafford County. Preliminary findings indicate southbound traffic was slowing for an upcoming work zone when a bus failed to reduce speed and struck 6 vehicles. I want to take you out now to this live look that we have here at the scene.
That's okay. This is a Fox News report. We just want to bring you that. One of the things as we look around the nation, this is Virginia DOT and state troopers there. But they've confirmed that, yes, 5 people tragically killed on I-95. And this is in Virginia, but Stafford County. What an unfortunate thing that you have this bus, one of those big coach buses, private bus full of people. But it looks like the bus just plowed into at least 6 vehicles in front of it because it was going too fast. That, according to state police. So the bus driver here is facing charges. But so all of these patients, nearly 36 people, rushed to the hospital. We have 5 people who died. 3 others right now are in very critical condition. Man, this is, I just drove within the past couple of weeks. Michael and I went, picked up my teenage son from his, freshman year in college in North Carolina. And so, I know this area of the road very well. You try to leave spaces, in front of you to avoid these kinds of things. But it does make me nervous when I see a big vehicle coming up behind me, and you have to be so aware of that. But I'll be honest, if there's a huge, usually it's a semi driver, even though these are professional drivers, so you have trust, but I try to stay away.
Do you?
I do. Oh, yeah. My kids will tell you.
Do you have trust is what I'm asking
Well,
you.
no. What I do.
Today, with everything going on with all the people that don't speak English and such.
No. I mean, anybody. If there's a big vehicle anywhere around me, beside me or behind me, and part of this is news coverage, much like this. But years ago, I had covered, it was like this, Dan, it was such a horrible story. It was a huge semi carrying, when they carry those big round, huge, looks like a picture a straw, but these are steel straws that are, would take a semi to carry them, a huge load of something like that. It was one of those semis. It was carrying this huge load and something snapped, and a woman driving right next to the semi, this load of these huge steel cylinders plowed onto her vehicle,
oh my gosh,
crushing and killing her.
Really?
And I could just picture it.
That's like my biggest fear.
Covering it. So if there's any big vehicle around me, I'm away from it. I just can't. I can't because of this, because of the coverage. It makes you paranoid.
I always poo-pooed that, though. My mom's the same way. Like, she would never pass a big, a semi-truck.
Just, you don't want to.
I never bought into it because I would drive back and forth from Indiana, but now today with everything we hear about how they're just lax with who they let drive these trucks, it's I got a second guess a lot of these times when I see these drivers. I drive 42 every day, 76. I see random lane changes from giant trucks. It's getting dangerous.
But you bring up a good point, Dan Borowski, and that is I'll take it back to this. Back in the day when we were kids, we would always, we get like how you kind of crank your arm and ask the truck driver. Because my Uncle Artie, union truck driver, right? Uncle Artie, and he'd say, "Oh, make sure you pump your arm," and they'll honk for the kids. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. And then more recently, we've seen, and during the Trump administration, we've seen the crackdown on the fact that previous administrations and the previous administration giving out these cherished, these professional, the consumer, the CDL, the licenses. We saw the crackdown, the big bust that happened here in Pennsylvania, for example. But we've seen these licenses given out to people who came in. Some of them came into the country. They had these phony licenses or whatever, and they were able to get commercial driver's licenses, get these great jobs, high-paying jobs, and then we've seen the tragedy. Now, I don't know with this case, with this, this bus driver who's facing charges. We'll see who this person is, but it makes you further question who gets these licenses. It used to be these were good jobs, they were union jobs, and they were given to highly professional people, right? Who probably, like my Uncle Artie, he would tell us, and he did, you know how they say they talk like a truck driver? Uncle Artie, oh my goodness, he would curse.
Trucker's mouth?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But he and Aunt Pauline, I mean, they were married like 65 years, and he had a heart of gold. But that man would tell you, yes, here he is, Uncle Artie.
Such a great song.
I love this. But Uncle Artie would talk all the time about, and they had like the CB radio and they would communicate, but he would speak all the time about how truck drivers, how much they had to drive defensively because you had all of these, idiots out there and how unsafe they drove.
Driving Philadelphia?
Yes.
I can't imagine what they go through.
And so he would say all the time, how many lives he saved. In other words, just trying to navigate and communicating to his fellow professional drivers, right? Because they were on the CB radio or whatever, and they would communicate. They had their own back channels, and they would warn. They would warn about different individuals, say, watch out for this one, looks like they're liquored up or whatever, but they were professional drivers, and they kept us safe. And in the previous administration, the opposite of that happened, putting dangerous people on the roadways. It's just, but you hate to hear this.
Rosalie's a little ridiculous with her clearance, I think. She says, I need at least a quarter of a mile clearance.
Wow.
That's a lot. Really good advice, from Joe in Columbus, which I never really think of, but he says, never pass a dump truck to pull in front of it, fully loaded. They're so heavy they can't slow down approaching a traffic light and have to account for that, so you kind of screw up their math if you do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's great advice, and that's why if I see somebody, I hate to see this if they're trying to cut off a truck, much to Joe, thank you, that's terrific advice. But I'll even, if they have these, all these construction zones are such a pain in the neck. But in this one, I will say it did happen at 2:35 a.m. So that construction that they were doing, a lot of states, they try to have the overnight. Jersey is actually good about this. They try to have the construction overnight to avoid, huge backups. So they were doing it right, but you hate to see this. It's a sin. 5 people killed, 3 right now fighting for their lives.
Katisafafone Panansi asks, where are the passengers on YouTube? I think this is far after. This happened, as you said, 2:30 in the morning. Now we're showing footage of the bus being removed from the median.
Yeah.
I think all the passengers that,
Yeah, I don't have reports. Yeah, I don't have reports of the bus passengers. Yeah. I think the people killed were the people that were in regular cars, and sometimes they're in a smaller car, but he slammed into. That's according to state police. So I think
it warrants investigation.
Yeah. Their state police in Virginia, they're conducting, and it's a huge investigation.
Yeah.
But
how does that happen if you're a professional? It's 2:30. Is he falling asleep at the wheel?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, that's the only non-nefarious thing I could think of.
I don't know. Yeah, well, and it's under investigation. Dan and I were trying to find, because there were traffic cameras everywhere. So in the commercial break, Dan and I were actually trying to find the traffic cam that I'm sure captured this. I'm sure they have it somewhere in their local traffic cams. But I will say this. The National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, they've already sent a team. So this is under a federal investigation, a death investigation. So this driver could very well face some kind of criminal charges. So we have all of that going on. Let's take a quick break and get your thoughts. We have I'm going to wrap it up with something rapid. I'll try my best to try to bring you all the breaking news because there's a lot to talk about this morning. But we got to talk about, we've talked about gas prices. We talked about the price of crude oil went down with the news of that memorandum agreement with Iran, but gas prices top of mind. Have you considered a hybrid vehicle? And there are a lot of gas-saving options, I can tell you, available right now from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup, including the Accord, the Civic, the CR-V SUV. Right now, you take advantage of 2.99% financing. That's 36 months, 3.99% for 60 months, and that's for the CR-V, which is what my husband, Larry Bear, what he drives. It's a great vehicle. Experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda, Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Our yoga instructor challenged us to find inner peace. I found it faster than anyone. After 4 seconds, I stood up and screamed, "I found Nirvana! I win!" They asked me to leave. I guess they don't respect winning. Bet365 does, though. New customers get $200 in bonus bets just for betting $10. Namaste, losers. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. And you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
If you're struggling to hear conversations, TV, or the people you love, now there's an easier, more affordable solution without spending thousands. Audion Hearing makes high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98 with free shipping and dedicated one-on-one support in the comfort of your own home. No doctor's offices, no pressure. Clearer hearing delivered right to your door. Join over 1 million happy customers hearing life more clearly. Visit audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Pocket Host. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at pockethost.com/terms.
Hi, I'm Richard Karn, and the world's #1 expandable hose has gone ballistic. The brand new Pocket Hose Ballistic is here, and it's the hose I reach for every time. This brand new anti-burst sleeve uses an extraordinary new liquid crystal polymer used in bulletproof vests, tough enough to handle anything your outdoor tasks throw its way. And that's not all. The Pocket Hose Ballistic comes with even more upgrades like thicker washers that resist leaks and an enhanced UV coating so your hose looks brand new year after year. What could be better than that? How about not one, but 2 free gifts with your purchase? For a limited time, when you purchase a new Pocket Hose Ballistic, you'll get a free 360-degree rotating pocket pivot and a free thumb drive nozzle. Just text SUMMER to 64,000. That's SUMMER to 64,000 for your 2 free gifts with purchase. That's SUMMER to 64,000.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
My name is Mary Viney, and I started with Crash Proof in 2011. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Because of all the chaos that's going around the world today, the uncertainties, it's important to get your money off of risky markets and put it in a safe place. In 2026, with Crash Proof, I am earning over 20%. I was expecting to earn about 4 to 6, but it was over 20%, which is phenomenal. And what's nice is that's interest that I get to keep. It makes me feel good that I'm earning money, especially with the market going up and down. So this is the time, if you don't want to be under a lot of stress or pressure about your money, Crash Proof is the way to go.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, June 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Morning, and that is that this great news is the price of crude is set for its biggest 1-month decline in 6 years. And so this will obviously deliver some great news, some relief to all of us at the gas pump, some optimism to investors, hoping for an end to the energy prices that we've been seeing. And so it looks like prices are on track for more than 20% decline, biggest monthly drop since 2020. So we have that going on with U.S. crude oil has also recorded a steep 19% drop in May, which would be its largest monthly decline since 2021. So, as of this morning, average price of unleaded has fallen 17 cents a gallon from this year's peak of $4.56. So we have some movement here, and obviously this all has to do with Iran. I've been talking this hour that President Trump in the Situation Room, and so things are looking good. There was also another story really quick I wanted to update you on, and here's the beauty of being live and local. We'll continue on, but a federal judge temporarily blocking the Trump administration's it's actually $1.776 billion, that so-called anti-weaponization fund created as part of something we've talked a lot about as a settlement agreement. And this had to do with President Trump, his family, the Trump organization. They had sued, remember, for $10 billion because of government weaponization. The government had agreed to a settlement, and that resulted in the creation of a $1.776 billion fund. The media calls it a slush fund, and Democrats first called it a slush fund. But this is U.S. District Judge Leonie Brinkema of the Eastern District of Virginia entering this order just this morning after a January 6th prosecutor and others sued to block the fund last week. So this back and forth going on. So they're saying that the Trump administration cannot take any further action on the fund while these legal motions are pending anyway. But here we go again with this, they call it a slush fund. It was a settlement fund. So I'll just take you to that. So back and forth, they're saying that this is a victory for transparency. And so we have that one going on. So we'll follow it. It's a constant back and forth with all these legalese, but a judge has halted the so-called anti-weaponization fund after a January 6th prosecutor had sued. I know it gets wordy in there, but I just want to bring you some topical stories that are happening on a Friday, as well as the former AG, Pam Bondi, testifying before Comer and before a House committee. Although, as we've reported, this Bondi is not under oath. This is not being videoed, much to the chagrin of Nancy Mace, who's a Republican who wanted this, as well as Democrats. Man, there's a lot going on. We have Dom Giordano and the Dom Show coming up. And that's why it's so great, isn't it? That we're live and we're local and you never miss a thing. Thank you for this week. What an incredible high I'm on after seeing so many of you out and about. Huge group.
I'll have what she's having.
Yes, it was just wonderful yesterday. It was great to see all of you. And I hope you have a blessed weekend. Enjoy the beautiful weather that we're about to have. Dom Giordano is here now with what's going on. Hey, Dom.
Well, hey, Dawn, a couple of sports stories. I mean, the Washington Nationals are pathetic, but did they really take, I think, and Henry is our guru on this, pretty good pitcher they have. They wouldn't feature him in their promos because he complained about those sisters who mocked nuns and priests with the Dodgers last year. We have a cut of what he told people on this. The world of sports is just very, very difficult. Not even if you're MAGA. He's just very Catholic.
It's a sin. It's a sin.
Absolutely. Yes. 5 Hail Marys. Yes.
The Dom Giordano Show is next. Have a beautiful Friday.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. redpocket.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
If your ride's out of warranty and something big breaks, it could cost you thousands. Ludacris here. Let me put you on to the auto protection I trust, Endurance. With Endurance, you could never have to pay out of pocket for covered car repairs again. I'm talking about the pricey stuff, drivetrain, transmission, electrical, AC, plus lots more. You pick the certified mechanic and Endurance pays them directly. No middlemen, no runaround. If your car is under 20 years old, you're covered with unlimited miles. Plus added benefits like 24/7 roadside assistance and towing. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Listen, saving money is the same as making money. So who's gonna cover your next breakdown? You or Endurance? Right now, pick the plan that's right for you and get a full year of elite benefits. A $2,000 value, free. All backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee.
For your fast free quote, call 800-295-0763. 800-295-0763. 800-295-0763.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Dr. Anthony Fauci. 6 years later, millions of people are dead, trillions of dollars were spent, our civil liberties were shredded by mandates and lockdowns. The man at the center of it all has never faced a single consequence. He's a doctor. He only wants to do what's best for you. Doctors have egos. Doctors like to make a lot of money. And when you've been in charge of whatever you've been in charge of going back almost 4 decades, you start to walk around like your you-know-what doesn't stink, and anybody that questions you is beneath you. Remember the arrogance of this guy?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, good Friday, everyone. It is Dom time right through here. It's bounce.
Do you need a doctor?
No, I don't need a doctor. I don't know what's bouncing off here. You come in here, you'll see the same thing. What the heck is going on? All right, I'll ignore it for now, but not sure where it's coming from. Okay, so $45,497. And the average guest list has gone from 184 to 127. So if you're out there thinking of a June wedding and all, does that seem to be in line? I'm sorry, close to 50,000. Hard to believe. Is that a reason people are not getting married? I mean, that's the average. So I'm sure there's some that are heavier than that, and, that's what's going on. Okay. This is James O'Keefe strikes again. This is one of the Washington annuals. He's the director of community relations. Now, we have Jackson Dart. We have an update on that. We're going to play you Ryan Clark, who's a top, ESPN guy. And I mentioned it yesterday, but I have more of the full tape on a podcast of what he says the issue is here. And it still goes on. This is still bubbling up as we speak. So here is the Washington Nationals, though. I remember when this guy pitched most recently, it seems a while ago, against the Phillies. I didn't look at his ERA and all that. He did pretty decently, so I don't think he might be one of their more stable players for the Washington Nationals. Trevor Williams, and apparently he is what they're calling a devout Catholic. He went public. Remember, we had Bill Donahue on talking about the trans or the transvestite stuff, mocking nuns and priests, particularly nuns. Remember that group that does that? And they brought him out and get him a night with the Dodgers. And we had Donahue on. They tried all kinds of things to go after the Dodgers. And this guy spoke out on that. And for that, apparently, the Washington Nationals do not want to use him in their promos. Yeah, we're here at the ballpark with Trevor Williams. Listen to this with James O'Keefe.
I am on the community relations team, so like corporate social responsibility.
The director of community relations for the Washington Nationals of the MLB reveals unethical behavior within the management of the Washington baseball team, including religious discrimination against a starting pitcher.
One of our pitchers, dude, Trevor Williams, he is very Catholic. The Dodgers had a group out to the stadium who were drag queens who sometimes dressed up as nuns. He went on like a social media, like, this is wrong, this is my religion, you all are mocking it. Because of that, we don't use him on social. Like, when they're like, is a hot dog a sandwich? And like the players come up, you know what I mean? Like, we don't ask him.
Whoa, let's stop right there, Henry. Is a hot dog a sandwich? It's like, hey, you mean to say this guy couldn't get in on the gravy or sauce question, you moron, because he's a devout Catholic? Or he just complained, I am too. I got to be on the gravy and sauce thing. Is a hot dog a sandwich? All right, I think we got enough of this guy. You got it? Even for is a hot dog a sandwich. Next time you're at the ballpark, they put the Phillies up there. Hey, what do you think of Bryce Harper, which we'll get into, his toothpaste dispensing first before he puts his toothbrush in? Have you seen that, Henry?
Oh, yeah.
He squirts it right. Yeah, I mean, is this guy now secretly for big toothpaste? Did Dr. Bentz get to him? By the way, happy birthday to Dr. Bentz today, if he's listening, Dr. Bentz. Have you seen the Bryce Harper toothpaste thing? Are you going to recommend that to your patients? Because I'm not doing that. Just squeeze the toothpaste in there, and then you brush. What the heck? These guys are insane. All right, so they won't even put this guy in when they're asking, is a hot dog a sandwich? The answer to that is no, it's not a sandwich. I mean, we've been through this. We rolled on that. I don't know what we're going to call it for this, but let's get Trevor Williams on. Is a hot dog a sandwich? My God. Now, here is Ryan Clark, and this is a little bit longer. It's about 2:48. And usually I don't play him that long, but you need the full context of what this, you've seen him, former NFL player, ESPN, the go-to guy, particularly everything's racial. What is this specific issue with Jackson Dart? Specifically, not, well, he ought to know better. People are calling for all kinds of things. You ought to be made to feel uncomfortable every time he does an interview is the new thing for him. All right, so here is Ryan Clark breaking that down, and he does sort of get to what the specific is. And I want to add one other thing. A lot of these acts that they got for America 250 suck. They really do. They're not good. Milli Vanilli is still in there, though. 2/3 of the list that we told you, the only ones standing that I know of are Vanilla Ice and Milli Vanilli. And only one of it's either Milli or Vanilli are still part of Milli Vanilli. Michaels dropped out. Threats to play in Washington. Martina McBride dropped out. And some rappers and some others, I mean, what should they do? Well, one suggestion was just get great musicians and put them up there and entertain the crowd. They don't have to be names. I would differ. If you don't put names up there now, it's going to be another embarrassment. Flo Rida is still in as far as I know.
Let's go.
And Vanilla Ice and Milli Vanilli. But the other, like 6 of them have dropped out. All right, so here is Ryan Clark breaking down exactly what's the issue with Jackson Dart.
Partisanship isn't as simple as it used to be. It's no longer just about whether you're a conservative or a Democrat. That's changed. It's very polarizing now. It's extremism more so than it is whether or not you support a list of legislative ideals. When the president or when a regime seems to continuously empower or invoke things that hurt a certain community, I think this is why you now have this conversation. I too agree that Abdul Carter could have handled it a different way. I'm sure there was some shock in seeing this because he probably feels like he knows Jackson Dart. And when you are supporting someone who approached players the way that this president did during Colin Kaepernick's protest and said some of those things, there are going to be some feelings in certain communities and in the black community and amongst some of the black players as well. When you do support that politician or the president, you have to be aware of that. Now, I always say this, all my friends ain't my teammates, all my teammates aren't my friends. We don't have to believe in the same thing. Jackson Dart seems like a really cool kid to me, young man. He seems like a really good leader. And I'm sure he and Abdul Carter have a relationship that's close. And so I do believe there was some shock involved in it for Abdul Carter because at a young age, you feel like if you support a certain thing, I probably know certain things about you. And I believe he learned that that wasn't true. Hopefully they were able to have a conversation and talk about their foundations, talk about their actual relationship, and talk about what their goal is going forward. When you have locker room problems, they need to be handled in the locker room. We can fuss and we can fight and we can disagree, but outside of here, we are all together. But let's be very honest. Who you supported in 2008 and 2012 was nowhere near as polarizing as who you support today. Because a lot of times, who you support today tells other people how you feel about people who sometimes don't look like you and who don't come from the places you come from. Because there's a caste system that's forming in America right now, and it's really become a place where people are going to have to make some difficult decisions about who they want to support and who they want to be in the future.
What a bunch of nonsense. My God, I let it go as far as I can. Is there no challenge? Does anybody ever challenge anything here? So we're saying you can't be with Trump. And it goes back to what he said about Kaepernick and taking a knee. Then why, Ryan Clark, did he get African-American males to vote historically for him versus other Republicans? But what they're saying, what they're trying to get away with here at point after point after point is no. You cannot just introduce Trump. That's what it comes down to. Otherwise, you are disrespecting the entire world here. After a whole week of this guy came close to getting it said there as he meandered throughout everything. So the world of sports is a place where you would think, if anything, it would be more of a safe zone. It is not. The Washington Nationals guy, this has been referred to the Department of Justice. I want them to prosecute the Washington Nationals if this is true on discrimination charges up and down the line. Drag them in, prosecute them. All the guy is a devout Catholic against these losers who mocked the Catholic Church, and the Los Angeles Dodgers gave them that platform. And for that, he can't be on their social media about whether a hot dog is a sandwich. That's what it comes down to. But the bigger one is the dark one. Across the world of sports, this is exactly what you face. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210. All right, today is National Regrettable Day, National E-Bike Day. And if you're in downtown Philadelphia, where Henry and I are parking Kirk too, but particularly on the street, somehow or another, you can go in a bike lane downhill 30 miles an hour.
It happened to me when I was standing outside, parking my car. At least 5 bikes whizzed by like that.
Oh, yeah. They're going close to 30, if not more. If they hit it because you forget, well, you're not supposed to be in a bike lane. You know what? You should stop here, right? We have the right of way. We're just getting it up. Who has the right of way here? A bunch of morons in moronic bike lanes? By the way, while I'm on it, Lemon Hill, whatever that is, in FIFA, I don't know if you noticed, Henry, coming in today, they've decided to make it a pedestrian utopia. They've closed the inner lanes of the parkway.
I did see that, yeah.
Well, that means if you're like me, you got to go all the way down, and then everybody in the world is doing it.
That's what I did, too. That's what happened.
You had to come up on 19th now.
Yep.
And everybody else in the world is doing it. So I don't know what it's going to be like on home. They closed the so-called local lane going out of town, too, on the far right of the drive.
Man.
You can walk on the sidewalks. Oh, no. They've closed the West River Drive again. They don't like the West River Drive. I don't even know why it's ever open. It's anti-car. It's anti-the whole. They just decided, let's close all this off. All right. So the e-bike. We're looking for something that's an everyday menace. It's not like Ebola. It's not something like that, thank God. I'm going to take off the board the leaf blower. The leaf blower, any time of day, just people walking around bothering us, blowing leaves up in here. Who's picking them up then? Is some guy come along and pick them up?
Yeah, they're going on the street.
Yeah, that's right.
That's happening outside our studios right now.
Unbelievable. It can be a person, too. They're a menace, an everyday menace, not like an existential threat here is what we're looking at. All right, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, I'll take a few off the board. How about someone who doesn't put the grocery cart back into the allotted slot, instead just leaves it anywhere in the parking lot or wherever they feel like it? I mean, those people are the worst.
Yeah, that's Mary Walter. I remember it was like a year or two ago. Not that I ever did that, but she really harped on. It was so beautifully done. I wonder how many people then became deputy sheriffs screaming at people that day.
Yeah.
Don't put it in the corral.
Or maybe there's some ones out there and be like, I do that? I make people this upset? Oh man, I got to change.
It is. Or you have people now, too, at least they don't leave them to roam free. The giant we go to, they put them in the front and they use the parking bumper thing to block it in there rather than putting it there where they can collect them.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Just finish the job.
That is a menace.
And then how about another one to take off? People playing music through speakers or their phone on public transportation.
Oh, yes.
I mean, come on, get some earbuds, get some headphones, get something. We don't want to hear your crap. And
you're as bad as Dan.
I lost my train of thought the last one. I had one more. It's kind of mind-boggling to me that there are like grown adults that will just cough and sneeze without covering their mouths.
Right.
And it's one of those where that's where I want to be like, kind of a deputy like sheriff.
Yeah.
Be like, what are you doing?
Yeah, and
what do you like? We're on a bus here. What do you cover your mouth? You just sprayed that everywhere.
And don't cough in your hand. Oh God.
Yeah, and the hand's even worse.
I carry a bunch of wet ones, as you know, so I would spring in as a deputy sheriff here. Okay, Kirk, how about yours?
I'll go with 2. Number 1, the annoyance is people calling in to this show and others on this station that are trolls and being disrespectful and just like outright being complete tools. Number 2, when you're going to a supermarket and you have to purchase X amount of items, have the right amount of money.
Right.
Don't like say, oh, take this off and hold everyone up in the line. That upsets me to no end.
That does drive me kind of crazy. It's like, how did you go so far over your budget here that you didn't know what you were doing?
Exactly. And if you're a female, do you have to have the giant pocketbook, put it down, take out another wallet, then be fumbling in the middle
and
of
the
it?
coupons to boot.
I mean, have your money ready, ladies.
Louise.
Sorry, misogyny, but have it ready.
Absolutely.
855-839-1210. All right, hit us on that. Ryan Clark finally sort of got it said here of what the offense is of DART. Now we know a little bit more. It goes back to Kaepernick, what Trump said and all. Really? These guys are sitting around doing that? I really doubt it. I don't think they know a damn thing, a lot of these players. Not paying attention to that. They may have a broad sense of Trump. Is that what he's talking about? And the Washington Nationals. Nope, we're not putting this guy as a Catholic in the is a hot dog, a sandwich debate. He's not going to be in there. If he would, I don't know if he would talk about it, Henry. I'd love to get Trevor Williams on and ask him, is it gravy or sauce? I'd make him in charge of it. Oh, my God. He's a decent pitcher, isn't he? Is he left-handed, Trevor Williams? I know he pitched against the Phillies recently, and he did pretty well. I'm talking within the last 2 months.
Yeah. No, I don't think he's played this year, actually.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's
confusing him
as far as I
guy.
can see, he's on the IL right now.
Oh, maybe because it's IL Catholic. He's an injured Catholic.
But he's a righty.
He's a righty. Okay. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board on Talk Radio 1210.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code EARN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code EARN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code EARN to borrow up to $10,000.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
I've been working with the team at Lexus at Cherry Hill for over 10 years now, and they just helped me get into my beautiful new white RX 350. I absolutely love it. It's gorgeous. The ride is smooth and quiet, and the entire experience at Lexus at Cherry Hill is always first class. From sales to finance, they treat you like family, and they make the whole process easy. They are family-owned and operated, veteran-owned, and you can truly feel the difference. If you're thinking about a new car, visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com.
You've put in the work to get that first job, moved up the ranks, or started a family. Now it's time to take your success to the next level. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we're here to help you keep that momentum going with educational programs built around real-world, in-demand career skills. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus timeless skills like leadership, communication, critical thinking, and more. Affordable, accredited, and online. A UMGC education fits your life, so you can keep growing while you keep going. You've succeeded before. Now succeed again. At UMGC, we believe nothing should stand in the way of your next achievement. Not doubt, not your life stage, and especially not an application fee. Just apply by June 1st, and we'll waive your application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Okay, it is Dom time. So New York Governor Hochul has just signed the law banning ICE agents from wearing masks. Let's see her enforce it now. This is just days after we played you that maniac that they're on a hunt for. You know, and I know a guy would come in and would say to me, if we're in charge, I tell him, hey, get that guy right now. But, sir, we need to put I'm saying get that guy right now. We're going to have a guest on who's leading the ICE supporters. Oh, man. That's coming up tomorrow. They have a big rally. Boy, it's like angels from heaven here. Scott of Mount Laurel, the ultimate referee, Henry.
Oh, we said his name yesterday. It was on radio.
Yeah. One quick thing. The No Kings movement is announcing a nationwide event. No Kings 3, I guess this would be. They set it, as I predicted, for June 14th for President Trump's 80th birthday. I predict they will have not one, but two No Kings probably in October. What the hell? Do it back-to-back weekends. They love the No Kings thing. It's like they're Woodstock or something. You know, it's not even about going crazy anymore. It's just the fun of saying No Kings and being out there and engaging in that. All righty, 855-839-1210. Something that is an everyday menace is what we're looking for. Coming off National E-Bike Day, you shouldn't be honoring e-bikes. Look, I don't know how they got. We talk about the mayor of Wildwood on the boardwalk. They're trying to stop them. And the constant difficulty where we are in downtown Philadelphia. And again, do you really need food delivered every day? Constantly, these people with food deliveries. And look, I appreciate these people earning a buck, but driving the street, you can't be in the bike lane flying at us at 30, 35 miles an hour. All right, let's go to Scott in Mount Laurel to start things off on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, good afternoon. I got a gig for you, possibly.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait to hear it. What is it?
Well, if we get approval from the bosses here, I haven't even breached it yet, but we have now two guys, apparently, one who played for the Washington Nationals and another guy who's a listener who's about 6'5" and played at a high college level, challenging Henry and me to a 2-on-2 game. And we needed a top-flight referee who plays by our rules, so to speak, and you're the first guy we thought of.
What?
Yeah.
I tell you, I could referee and announce the game at the same time.
Nice. Awesome. Talented man.
That's it. We'll play-by-play on that. All right, Scott, if we get approval, you're the guy. This would be all part of the Mulligan's Lollapalooza. And I set the odds that Henry and I win by at least 10 points.
All right, I'm on board with that. That'll be a lot of fun.
I like that.
One guy's only 6'8". If they're bringing a 7-footer in here, I might, just keep this guy out of the lane. That's the only thing I'm saying. Everything else is no rules. It's South Philly rules.
You put you give him like a 2-dribble rule?
Oh, no. Tight on the fundamentals of basketball, but the fouling, not as much.
Yeah, no nickel and dimers.
No nickel and dimers. You can break through, cut through. And, Scott, none of that setting picks where I have to put my body like it's a leaf or something. I can set a nice wide pick there. You know what I mean?
That's it. Let the players play.
Exactly.
It's amazing though with this with the Ryan Clark. It's so typical that they come up with these wild interpretations of what they think Trump is, and then decide that if you like that, if you agree with this wild, then you're a racist or you're this, and it's completely made up in their own mind.
That's the point. And, at least he was specific, sort of. These other guys, it's just vague. He goes back to Kaepernick. Yeah, Trump said get them out of, stuff like that, fire them, etc. How's that racist?
Well, and man, it comes down to your opinion. It's not. I mean, it's certainly not anything factual that they're based on. And the the other thing is, Josh Jacobs. This is a fantasy alert spoiler, I guess, but who was credibly accused, it looks like, of strangling and beating his girlfriend. Ryan Clark has not commented on this. I guess introducing Trump is a greater offense than potentially strangling your girlfriend.
Well, I have a stat here. 3% of NFL players have been at least arrested within the last year. Now, that is a stunning number, Scott. I've seen it in a few places, if anywhere near true. Yet that's not seen as much of a problem, but supporting Trump, that is going to get you trouble.
Exactly. And Josh Jacobs is a big name. I mean, he's not some backup linebacker.
Right, exactly.
I mean, he's one of the top running backs in the NFL. And there's been no comment yet, as far as I can tell, from Ryan Clark on that subject.
Well, and to this point, abuse is abuse. But when I read the count, Scott, it's one thing and criminal to slap someone, do something like that. But strangling, when you hear that, now we seem to be in a different level, I think.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And how there's no comment on that. I think that tells you everything you need to know. That there's apparently nothing that's like I said, less of a crime than introducing Trump.
It's in the grand scheme of thing, it definitely is. It is, and they keep on making it about Abdul Carter shouldn't say. He can say whatever he wants. That's not what the problem is. The problem is Trump is an other. You cannot be associated with him. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, and why can't Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart have different opinions and both state them, and they play football together? And the reason is because the left has made it that if you support Trump, you're not someone that you can do anything with, let alone play football, have dinner with, nothing. You should cut that person out of your life entirely, and if you don't, you're supporting Trump also by their little made-up transitive property. So that's why everything has become so political.
Absolutely. What do you have on the Everyday Menace?
I tell you, I got a lot of them, but this one is, you go to the supermarket, you just want to go up and park your car and go in the store, and you got to wait for some guy to take 3 minutes to back his car into a wide open parking lot space.
Yes.
It's like, get out of the way. Just pull in. What do you got to make a quick getaway? What are the cops after you? You got to back in so you're ready to go at a moment's notice. I mean, this is just a menace.
Yeah, that is definitely. Thank you, Scott. All right, I have to say that could win my vote pretty easily.
Same here.
Last week at Farley, I told that story. Rose looking down, talking to me, and she go, "What the heck's this guy doing? He's coming toward us." Oh, it's a back-in. Big, elongated, a lot of turn. Then, of course, he couldn't measure it. He had to remeasure it. Oh, God. Don't drive a vehicle like that and back in if you can't do the back-in. The back-end crowd's out there. I think they're 25% or more.
It's all the truck drivers.
They stand by the. Well, I've even seen people with just a sedan like yours.
Yeah, well, those are losers.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If you're backing in a sedan, you're a dork.
All right. This weekend promises to be unbelievable at the Delaney facility in Newark. And we have the group on that supports ICE, counter-protesters, if you would. Really, by the way, these people, what they're doing, it's not even a riot. They're insurgents. This is an insurgency that's going on. They are determined that ICE agents won't be able to get in and out, even with prisoners or not, just coming to the job. So we're going to talk to a Republican candidate for Congress in Jersey, Rosie Pino, and she is one of the leaders of the group that's going to show up there and support ICE. Yeah, I know. You can imagine this is going to be quite a spectacle. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. You know, there's a huge difference between being busy this summer and actually feeling alive enough to enjoy it. When your body feels run down, summer stops feeling fun fast. The long drives, the jet lag, the diets, the sore feet. Suddenly, the season you waited for all year feels exhausting. Rescue Natural Supplements help support your body where summer strains it most. From energy, recovery, circulation, to digestion, sleep, even stress. And right now, listeners can buy any single bottle and get one 90% off. Use that code BRIGHT90, BRIGHT90. So whether you're vacationing or keeping up with the kids, your body feels more prepared to make this summer unforgettable. Just go to res-q.com and use the code BRIGHT90 to buy any of Rescue's premium natural supplements and get 190% off. Or call a product consultant right now, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Don't wait to make this your healthiest summer yet. Shop now at res-q.com. Use that code BRIGHT90.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year, and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. redpocket.com.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Weather, sponsored by Aid Choice.
A comfortable air mass will remain in place through the upcoming weekend. We'll have plenty of sunshine today with low humidity with a high of around 80 degrees. A cold front moves through the region tonight dry. It'll just bring some clouds, turning breezy with a low 60 for the city, 50s in the suburbs, and a cooler day on Saturday, plenty of sunshine and breezy with a high 72.
Planning for a surgery or a procedure? With Aid Choice, you can connect with licensed home care agencies for short-term help at home during recovery. This may save 20%. Use code WELCOME20 when you book. Download the Aid Choice app from the App Store or visit aidchoice.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Just one random question. Now they're going after Trump, Henry. Is he a good luck charm or a bad luck charm for the New York Knicks? Oh, man, if he goes there and I don't think he'll go there for the first game. I don't know how it even shakes out, who does first and all that, because that would break the streak of that's unbelievable that they're on.
I think game 1 and 2 will be out west, no matter who wins.
Okay. Oh, then he might have to go to game 3. Well, no, if they win those 2, oh, man, going to game 3 and they lose. Here we go. You're rolling the dice. He won't. All right. We got somebody telling me we're incorrect on e-bikes. I know they're not all the same, but that's okay. We'll hear the e-bike side. I still think they're a menace.
Some are.
Oh, Henry waffling here, abandoning me. Just one call.
There is a nuance to them. Some aren't as bad as others.
Okay. Rosie Pino is a candidate for Congress in New Jersey and also the leader of a group that on Saturday is going to be at the Delaney Center where we have all this insurrection going on to support ICE. Rosie joins us here on the Dom Giordano Show on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Rosie, welcome in. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Where are you running for Congress, Rosie, in Jersey?
So I'm running in the 9th District, which is comprised of Passaic, Bergen, and parts of Hudson County. 35 cities altogether.
Oh, man. We have to have a team of vote counters. As soon as you said Hudson County, that's where the votes come in 3 days later, and every Republican loses, right?
Unfortunately, I love to say, yes, that is only in Hudson, but it's unfortunately the story of our lives here in the entire state, and Passaic and Bergen County is no exception. That's why, as you know, voter integrity is very important for us to protect that. So, but that's a whole nother, I guess, segment for us to go down because it's disgusting. But we have a pathway to victory, and we're excited about being in this race.
Excellent. So, Rosie, where or what time, and you'll be where at Delaney, and do they give you an area that is kind of cordoned off, or do you mix in with the mob that's there just gunning for something like this?
No. I mean, we are uniting there to show our support for our men and women in uniform. It is a peaceful rally because, as Americans, we all have the right to get our views out there and come together in peaceful protest. What they're doing now is disgusting, and I think it's time more now than ever that we stand up as a party and, as a country and really support, like I said, not just our ICE agents, but law enforcement agencies in general. Where do we draw the line? If we are doing this to our ICE agents, who's to say that our local police isn't next and our county, state, I mean, we can go on, and this is unacceptable. This is disgusting what's happening.
So what time will you be there tomorrow, Rosie? Where do people meet up for this?
So we'll be there at 10 o'clock. We will have signs. The logistics, the team is all taken care of. I know everything's going to be, we're going to have a space where people will be able to come and meet and gather, like I said, show the support for our ICE agents that desperately need our, help now.
Well, Rosie, of course, it's your right to protest, and I really support showing that support. I'm from a law enforcement family. And Rosie, how can you say it's safe, though? You've talked with law enforcement? How do they work to kind of keep your group from getting into it with the rabble that are there?
Well, it's and that's a great question. It's the energy we're coming in with, and we're coming with the energy of, again, we're all Americans. We're here to protest and show the support for law enforcement. But we're not, unlike them who have their hecklers and it's all staged. That's not who we are. That's not what we intend to do. And we ask everyone to please come out and support with that energy in mind, right? We have to be the example, and we're hoping that these radical Democrats will, learn from our example and take a cue, because this is insane. It's insane. This propaganda, what they're doing, it's nuts.
Now, in your run for Congress, what's the big issue? Who's the sitting congressperson where you are?
So right now, our sitting Congress member is Congresswoman Nellie Pohl. She is. This is her first term. She's 2-year term, and unfortunately, she's almost up for that 2-year, and she hasn't been successful in delivering anything for us here in the 9th District. As soon as she went to Washington, she joined the Progressive Caucus. She hasn't once in the 2 years been successful to cross party lines and work with our president. And how are you supposed to deliver for your constituents if you can't even work with your counterparts in government? So, she has failed us. And once again, we see that failure as she showed up on Memorial Day, to the propaganda, right, to make a show. I'm an elected official currently in the city of Clifton. I'm proud to say I've been serving my constituents here in the city for the last 15 years, and I will tell you firsthand, Dom, that this is not how you get things done, right? No. Especially for us who are in government, we have access, and we are in those rooms, and we have to be able to have those tough conversations, right? And the fact that she hasn't been successful in doing that, but instead wants to go and use Memorial Day as a way for the Democrats to continue to push their propaganda and divide the country is unacceptable.
Do you have a website, Rosie Pino, with us, or Facebook? Where do people go to see your campaign, Rosie?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Thank you for asking. Sure. RosiePino for NJ.com is our website, and you can definitely check us out there and see everything that we stand for and really read about our pathway to victory. I mean, I know us as a party right now, it's extremely important that we do what we can do to ensure that we maintain the majority. And unlike ever before, I like to say New Jersey is finally on the map for something positive. We have this NJ race is one of the most competitive races in the nation because the seat is very vulnerable, and we have a pathway to victory. Like I said, I'm a candidate who has a proven record. I used to be, full disclosure to all our listeners, I used to be a Democrat, but even as a Democrat, I was never the sweetheart of the Democratic Party. Actually, they used to call me a Republican when I was a Democrat. But they did. True story. They would go around and put, Clifton is a nonpartisan city, right? But so there was no need to, but they would still go around when I would put out my lawn signs and all that stuff and go around and put Republican on all my signs in the attempts to, get, I guess, Democrats or independents not to vote for me. And it's disgusting, their tactics. So I'm not surprised what they're doing now. I'm used to it. And like I said, I beat them in their own backyard. And when I finally saw the light and I came over to the Republican Party because it shares my values, right? Our Republican values, God, family, country, which I really think should be the value of the whole country. But anyway, that's for another topic. I'm proud to say that I know how to beat the machine, and we have that beautiful energy on the ground. We've been working for over a year now, uniting the party. I am the proud endorsed candidate in Bergen County, and that's something I'm very proud of because, Bergen County delivered for the president in 2024.
Oh, absolutely. Big time.
It was outstanding. It was outstanding. It showed what we're capable of to unite, which is why we're calling all our patriots, our Republicans, and everyone who believes in our country to come out and peacefully be with us tomorrow to show the support that we need to show our men and women in uniform.
We'll be watching, Rosie. To be continued. Good luck and be safe tomorrow. Thank you for joining us.
I appreciate you. Thank you, Tom, for this opportunity. And don't forget to let everyone go out to vote June 2nd, extremely important. And for those of you that are not in our 9th district, not a big deal. Although you can't vote for me, I can absolutely vote for you. So check us out, and we look forward to getting another seat in Congress come November. Thank you,
Rosie. I get a Dawn Fantasia vibe here with Rosie Pino. Another we'll put into our Rolodex. Good stuff. That's going to be rough tomorrow. By the way, we got so many great people coming to Dom Day on June 9th. And you heard Scott graciously, he would referee. Just have to check, if the other two players would be allowed to play as Henry. But I want to track down and invite Jack Chettarelli. I don't think Jack Chettarelli ought to go into the wilderness because what happened in that race is not Jack Chettarelli's fault. And some people seem to be wanting to move that way. So if he's open to it, we'd love to have him there. I'm still stunned at that defeat by that number. I just have trouble getting over it. Okay, I'm coming to you next, and it's a Friday 5, this Friday. JFK's birthday is this Saturday. Be what, 106, 107, or 100? 109? Wow. Hard to believe, JFK 109. So we were talking about, as a side question someday, I like to say, don't take a picture with that Henry Machette guy. You won't look good alongside. Yeah, Miche or whatever. Richard Lewis, the guy, if that's your name over there in Lower Makefield, don't take a picture with Henry Miche or Machette or any of those Shettes.
Right.
That's right. So the Friday 5 people in order that you would not take a picture with. I mean it in jest. I say that to people at times. They get offended. I never take a picture with you. It's a compliment. It means, no matter what you do, you're not going to look good. JFK, Henry, I'll tell you, is the number one for me.
Oh, what are you spoiling it for?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying it because he's the premise for this. I usually wouldn't, but I'm making him number one because you can't stand there with this guy. I never saw him in person. A few of these I have taken a picture with, or it's been in person. I'm not satisfied here, no matter what I had done.
Yeah.
I just have to come right off a beach with a tan that was dripping over me. They put a $5,000 suit on. They blew the hair into exactly the place. We messed up his hair, and I might do it then.
Yeah, get better lighting too.
Better. That's right. And his lighting's all the dark type of stuff. Chris Christie, I would take a picture with. Maybe we should do who should you take a picture with? Christie.
He's a big boy.
Yeah, Christie, I would take a picture with. Females are eligible for this, definitely. All right, 855-839-1210. By the way, as we get down to the race in L.A. for the mayor, not only did she stay in Ghana when the city was burning down, but I'm looking at Karen Bass talking about the sadness, the great loss when Fidel Castro died in 2016. How does any American city elect someone that mourned the passing of Fidel Castro? I'm thinking about that because Philadelphia City Council, and Henry, I couldn't see it on Twitter. It didn't happen, but if we can find it, they voted 16-1 yesterday to condemn the United States and support Cuba, essentially, in Philadelphia City Council. I just want to know who the one was. I think it's Brian O'Neill in Northeast Philadelphia. 16-1 to side with Cuba. It was Cuba Day yesterday. We know that because of Macaulay, Alante Macaulay bringing it up. They play right into this guy's hands. So he goes down the road for 2 minutes attacking them on Cuba. The people in Philadelphia support them, supporting oppression that is world-class for, 66 years or so in Cuba. 855-839-1210.
Today's Gold Price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a fourth-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,530.30.
The Memorial Day sales event is going on now at Tri-County Toyota. Take advantage of special savings across our lineup, like a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma with 2.99% APR financing. And ask about our veteran specials. It's our way of saying thank you to those who served. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive in Royersford or online at tricountytoyota.com. With approved credit. Final price includes $4.90 dock fee. Expires June 1st, 2026.
Summer is here, and that means pool days and patio nights. But is your uneven concrete making your backyard feel more like a construction zone than a vacation spot? Stop worrying about stubbed toes and stumbles. Keystone Guncrete can level your pool deck and patio quickly and cleanly, saving you thousands over the cost of pouring new concrete. We'll have your backyard party ready before your water even gets warm. Head to KeystoneGuncrete.com. Remember, Guncrete is spelled with a K. Mention 1210 and we'll take $50 off your project.
Create your dream home with a home equity loan from American Heritage Credit Union. With home equity, you have lots of options. You can complete home improvement projects, fund a family vacation, consolidate bills, or pay for school tuition. Celebrating 250 years of the American dream. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home equity to learn more. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Oh, that's new. I didn't know that was a Friday 5.
Oh, just for this week.
Oh, just for this week.
Okay.
All right. So we're talking who should you not take? I wouldn't take a picture with them again. Somewhat in jest, meaning they look too good. Or in one case, they're too fit and huge. I won't. It's an Eagles player I have in mind. Yeah, that we saw. I'll take off number 5 is Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney, it was a February event, a remote broadcast. I took a picture with him. He must have just gotten off the tanning rooms in California, whatever, and it was in front of a big crowd. The suit was immaculate, the whole thing. And I was not fully, I was in the middle of doing a show is my excuse. My hair wasn't just to that pompadour point that I wanted. So Mitt Romney is a guy. I haven't seen him lately, but he's on my list. How about yours?
You know when he pops up, too, he's going to look dapper as
well.
Yeah.
Dapper, yes.
In 5th place here, I'm going to take off Braden Eric Peters, a.k.a. Clavicular.
Okay.
Who is the streamer who has popularized looks maxing.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
Man.
I wouldn't.
So you have
I
to break your jaw,
be,
right?
What?
You have to break your jaw.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
You got to do some bone smashing. Got to take a little steroids, little peptides. You know, you got to look as best you can. Put some castor oil in the eyebrows, get them thicker.
Castor oil.
I'm serious. That's a real thing.
Wow. Is the thicker eyebrow a thing? No, I don't know that I want thicker eyebrows.
I wouldn't think that either, but apparently, it's desirable. It's like having a thicker beard, thicker eyebrows, the same thing. So yeah.
But is it men looking at other men, or is it women looking at our thicker eyebrows?
I think it's men looking at themselves.
Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of odd. I don't care to do that. I just want to know what women think.
Well, that's true. Yeah, but exactly. I would not want to be in a picture.
Castor oil, Ro, get it ready. Okay.
I wouldn't want to be in a picture with Clavicular because, he'd probably mog me in the picture.
That blows away the and that's only your 5th. That insight beats mine. All right, I'm going to take off Christina Hendricks from Mad Men in my 4th position.
Oh, wow.
I'm not taking a picture with her.
Joan.
No, Joan, because it's just too overwhelming. Like, who's that guy? Get him out of that frame. They would crop you out. They're not keeping you in that picture. Yeah.
4th, I'm now going to take someone who I guess looks maxes but does it very so naturally, and that would be actor Jacob Elordi. You might know him. He was in the new Frankenstein movie as the monster. He was in the movie Saltburn. He plays Nate Jacobs in the show Euphoria, one of your favorites, Dom.
Oh, God.
He's just got this very defined jawline.
Okay.
He's got the mogged look when you look at him. He's got the perfect hair, just the defined jawline. He's a very good-looking man. And plus, he's tall, so you really wouldn't look good next to him. And then when he speaks, too, on top of that, he's Australian. He's got that Australian accent. I think that's a premier accent. Wouldn't want to be. I'm sure Linda Kearns is a fan too because he actually played Elvis in the movie Priscilla.
The Kearns
so I'm
factor
sure she's
here.
listening
The
right
Kearns
now.
factor, yes. All right, I'm going to take off in my 3rd position, Jordan Mailata.
Wow.
Coming down the hallway and all that. Yeah, and the guy looks good and he's enormous. You would just look foolish standing next to him. I couldn't take
absolutely.
it. I mean,
Well, I shook his hand a few years ago. It was like shaking a bear paw.
You can be pouring castor oil on your eyebrows for an hour. You're not going to look good next to Jordan Mailata. Yes.
Yeah, maybe stand on stilts
how about
or
yours,
something.
3rd?
Number 3, I'm gonna stick in the Mad Men universe. Like you brought up Christina Hendricks. I got to go with John Hamm.
Not anymore. I would take a picture with him now. He doesn't look so great.
Maybe it's because I just started watching Mad Men.
In that, no guy looked better.
Right, exactly. So I'm watching the first season of Mad Men right now, and he is just very good looking. The slick back hair, the whole calm, composed feel to him. It's just someone maybe now. We could take a picture with him. I still think he'd look pretty good next to me. So he's my number 3 position. I'm thinking of Don Draper, but even so, John Hamm is still an attractive guy.
My 2nd, and I know people can go after me, but it's true, Gavin Newsom. First of all, he did take a picture with me. Just the way he folded the shirt, he had the California fold. He must have folded for a half hour. He is about 6'4", and the hair then, I've seen him up close in the spin room. The hair's gone downhill a little bit. Then the pompadour was it was February, and he looked like this.
See, I'd rebut you there because I think if you took a picture with Gavin Newsom while you're both sitting down, you'd easily look like the better one. I mean, the way he's doing the crusher when he crosses his legs.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the leg crossing.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were going to say the hair. I can't match his hair. It's good.
No, but that's all anyone would be looking at. It'd be like, what is he doing next to that person?
That is a good insight. How about your number 2?
My number 2, of gone back to the well on this person a few times for a few different of these lists. I feel like it's maybe the second or third time I've brought him up. But got to bring up the winner of the 1920 election, the first election in which women could vote.
Yes, all the time you do this.
I got to bring up Warren Gamaliel Harding.
But he's number 2.
He's number 2. Yeah, I mean, look, he's got a stunning, piercing gaze when he looks into the camera.
Right.
He's got the perfectly coiffed white hair, This James M. Cox, person, the Democrat he ran against in 1920. You can't be some sort of schlub with glasses and go up against this guy. He stood no chance. So, yeah,
I think
feel
he
like
had 2
I
or
wouldn't
3
have...
illegitimate children. There's that, too.
Yeah. I mean,
well, you can't
he's
say
a womanizer.
illegitimate. Out of wedlock. I strike that remark. You got me.
Well, I mean, Harding was a womanizer too. I mean, he was having affairs. I mean, this is just a guy who's getting around.
Well, that's what I mean. Harding was. He had the kids out of wedlock.
Yeah. So I don't want to be on stage debating with this guy because everyone's just gonna be looking at him and be looking, look at that guy. That's a good looking.
All right, my number 1. It was such an obvious all time to me. I don't see how you can beat JFK, and he started this. That's why I gave it away. Henry, after all this maxing, what's your number 1?
Yeah, I kind of went in a different direction for number 1 because the question is, who would you not want to be taking, a picture with?
Yes.
Number 1 person, it's got to be Jeffrey Epstein.
Wow.
I mean, I'm sorry. Like, if you're in a picture with Jeffrey Epstein, everyone's going to question everything about you.
He's a cute guy. Well, not.
You know what? He's slightly good looking, I'm sure, but it's just more the implication that it's like, oh, man, this guy was with Epstein at any point.
I have to get this framed for you. This is a winner in this list this week. I mean, really, the look smacking and Jeffrey Epstein. I concede on this one, Kirk. I think it's a pretty good list.
It is, and it's look smacking.
Look smacking.
Not lip smacking.
Look smacking.
Look smack. Maxing. Yes, thank you very much. All right, so Henry, the winner on this one.
Absolutely, hands down.
You can add to this list. Joe of Columbus, depends on the day. I might take a picture with him. Maybe not on some days.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, some days not. 855-839-1210. You can get on board. That could be an exclusive club among listeners or whatever. No. We're not taking a picture with you. It just doesn't work.
Photoshop them out.
Yeah, I still think Kennedy, though, it's just the aura of it. It's just overwhelming. Wilt, yeah, that would be a hard one, too. I would do it, though. Okay, we got Stacey Garrity coming up. She's got a lot. The data centers now. Josh Shapiro under fire for this. He was all in. Now he's saying to everybody he wasn't in. He got all that money with Amazon, et cetera, and now he's not in. She'll be here coming up. You get in at 855-839-1210.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Pocket Host. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at pockethost.com/terms.
Hi, I'm Richard Karn, and the world's #1 expandable hose has gone ballistic. The brand new Pocket Hose Ballistic is here, and it's the hose I reach for every time. This brand new anti-burst sleeve uses an extraordinary new liquid crystal polymer used in bulletproof vests, tough enough to handle anything your outdoor tasks throw its way. And that's not all. The Pocket Hose Ballistic comes with even more upgrades like thicker washers that resist leaks and an enhanced UV coating so your hose looks brand new year after year. What could be better than that? How about not one, but 2 free gifts with your purchase? For a limited time, when you purchase a new Pocket Hose Ballistic, you'll get a free 360-degree rotating pocket pivot and a free thumb drive nozzle. Just text SUMMER to 64,000. That's SUMMER to 64,000 for your 2 free gifts with purchase. That's SUMMER to 64,000.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
All right, that was a heck of a list, the Friday Five. I have to concede to Henry on that. The Epstein thing at the end was a little bit outside the barriers of what we were going with, but well played. Yeah, he was storing this one up for a while. It is JFK's birthday, and I still maintain that's the guy. I can't imagine taking a picture with him. But any number of these other guys, I'd have to see them in person before I go down that path. Like Joe of Columbus. I'm flipping coins on that one, whether we should take a picture with him last week. I think Ike Reese did. So he decided, yeah, I'll take a picture with Joe of Columbus. We should put them up now so we can determine that. Let me go to Joe. By the way, a new guy on Twitter. I haven't seen Starman before. Speaking of grocery stores, how about the people that walk in the door of the grocery store, stop dead 3 feet inside, staring about and wonder as if they've never set foot in a grocery store before? Yeah, I've kind of seen that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's universal, but I've seen enough of it.
Yeah, he or she is right about that.
And I don't see anybody going after Henry on the back end here. I'm kind of surprised. Usually
there's a few.
Oh, there's a few. Okay, they're gearing up here. Okay.
I think the worst people that just stop in the middle of nowhere are the ones at the airport. Like they've never been in an airport before.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, just stop
right
dead in their tracks.
Like, oh my God, yes, the wonder of it all. Okay, let's go to Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. So how did that Ike Reese photo turn out, Joe?
Oh, my kids loved it, Don.
Okay.
They really did.
Good.
My son, I don't know if you noticed, and I don't like doing it, but I do it. I'm texting while I'm with you, and my son is texting me, Dad, get a picture. Dad, this is my older son. Dad, he wears a Ryder hoodie all the time. My oldest son went to Ryder. Find out why he wears the Ryder hoodie. So I asked him that, and his daughter goes to Ryder.
Okay.
So yeah, it was, we hit it off a little bit, but who wouldn't I take a picture with, sir?
Yeah, who would that be?
Who wouldn't I take a picture with? I got mine, and he's a little before my time, and I didn't realize this was going to be a double side question today, but there was a look around the Trenton ghetto neighborhoods. Guy had perfect hair. He had all the girls. He was always on the beach. and everybody wanted to look like a new, updated version of Frankie Avalon.
Ah, yeah.
He's
Well,
not wrong.
Frankie Avalon, 8 kids. I guess yeah. Annette
He's right.
Funicello, yeah. And Joe, by the
His hair
way,
was always.
Joe,
Yeah.
by the way, we have Trump on this too. Trump in an interview says he wants to look like Jackson Dart, the Laura Trump interview. Not going to be
That's what I
good for
wanted to talk
Jackson Dart. Yeah.
Yes, and that's what I wanted to talk about, particularly Jackson Dart. His attackers, his detractors, how selfish could they possibly be? Did they ever consider this guy's grandkids could tell their children, look at your great-grandfather. He got to announce the president of the United States, no matter who it was, Dom. How are they to take away from that, detract from that?
Well, and Joe, again, the problem with all this stuff, Ryan Clark came closer. If they can give me a specific, then it's on. We can debate. All this vague stuff suddenly about Trump, though, I don't even know if it's real. I'm sure some of these guys, like Abdul Carter, but I don't know how far it goes there. And, Joe, for a week, we've talked about this, almost a week. On Memorial Day, that's what I led with. It is a shocking story, even in this era of you can't be with Trump. It's almost hard to believe.
No, they like I said, they find the person and they find the attack. You know, I mean, I wonder what would happen if Ryan ever took a picture with Obama and somebody came in and said, "How dare he take a picture with Obama?" You know, what would be the fallout to that?
Well, their answer is that's because Obama's for good and Trump is a racist and for bad. They'll say that clearly. So at least we can debate that.
Yeah, and my mom has a picture in Mercer County Airport of her and my sister with Mondale, and we kept it.
Right.
No, it wasn't Mondale. Who was the one? I'm sorry, the one with the dead arm, the dead hand.
Oh, Bob Dole.
Bob Dole. She has a picture right up with Bob Dole, him talking to my mother, and my sister looking up with the little styrofoam campaign, hat, looking up at Bob Dole like, oh my God, she was 9 years old. She knew who Bob Dole was. Who the heck is Ryan Clark to say somebody cannot have that moment?
Absolutely. So what's your side today?
Don, my side gets me every day. Right up the street from where you had that summer series with Bill O'Reilly in Bordentown. Remember that back then?
Yep.
I was there in attendance. Right up the road on Route 130. They call it the top of the hill. And every time I go that's my route to my office every day. My car starts stinking with any car that passes me. And at the bottom of that hill is a dispensary, and that smell stays in my car for like the next 4 miles down the road. And they're in their car, whether it's a Wawa parking lot or a Target parking lot. You get out and you smell that. It's just so intrusive, constantly.
Absolutely. Thank you, Joe. 855-839-1210. You get in. All right. Something we're looking for today that coming off is the e-bike guy. Did he go? Oh, no, he's here. Chris and Ben Salem on the e-bikes. All right, Chris. You thought we were a little too hard on e-bikes, huh?
Yeah. Hey, Dom. Thanks for taking my call.
You're welcome, Chris.
So, I mean, there's different classes of e-bikes that are different speeds. And, of course, you have the illegal ones, the motor e-motos that go 40, 60 miles an hour, and you got, kids going crazy on them. I mean, like, have you ever been on 95 and you had, like, a crazy motorcycle rider, like, swing, split the lanes and go past you and scare the daylights out of you?
Oh, absolutely. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Does that mean we should ban all motorcycles?
Well, I would say, Henry, get ready for that. A great number. I don't know what number I'd put at. Significant number of motorcycle riders do that on highways, Chris.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a large percentage that ride safely. I mean, like, for example, I'm in my late 50s. I just got e-bikes from me and my wife. I mean, we're not going to go crazy. I mean, my wife will barely set her pedal assist past, number 1 or number 2. I mean, we ride around the neighborhood for fun.
Well,
and
Chris,
then we thought,
you got to understand.
Maybe we can get a rack and go to the shore. But now they're saying all this stuff. It's like, well, maybe we'll go somewhere else for vacation.
But Chris, you got to understand where we are, and on the boardwalk too, where we are in downtown Philadelphia. We're in an unusual place. It's hard to park. There's no stop signs or lights for about 3 blocks. It's straight downhill, and they're in bike lanes, and they are literally going over 30, maybe 35, maybe even 40, some of them coming around a curve.
Yeah, I mean, they're just being reckless. I mean, it's right. The behavior is illegal, obviously, but like we shouldn't like make everyone suffer who obeys the law and wants to ride safely.
No, we don't want to do that. Do you have a side today, Chris? What's the thing, Menace?
Menace, people driving slow in the left lane.
Okay, gotcha. That's a classic all-timer. Okay, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. We're going to talk with Stacey Garrity. And finally, there's a couple things in the campaign, if the media pays attention, with Josh Shapiro. It's clear that Josh Shapiro, through Amazon, his buddies, was all over, let's bring these giant AI data centers to Pennsylvania. He was one of the biggest in the country. Now, all of a sudden, he's out there with his 4-point plan saying that, no, we don't want to be doing that. Oh, my God, what are you talking about? And Stacey Garrity now is on this. Now, we talked with her before, and that was my advice. This is a big lane for people to be on. By the way, Josh Shapiro is just the worst, most ruthless politician imaginable. But I give him credit for studying and getting something. President Trump has been one of the best presidents tapping into sports. You know, even though he brings up, shall we say, comically, the NFL football rule. He could be in the middle of the Iran thing right now. He's in the Situation Room. You know, I bet the Iranians would like the NFL kickoff rule, what they have now. He just has a thing about it. I do too. So Josh Shapiro is committing $30 million. It's going to take a while, though, to decreasing, in his words, traffic jams after a game down at the sports complexes. And, you know, with the new building they're building and all that. So I wouldn't commit, if I were him, $30 million to it. You mean to say, in other words, they're going to put another off-ramp headed to the Schuylkill Expressway on 7th Street versus how far up you have to go now. I guess there'll be several getting on there. They think that's a way to eliminate it. You can't throw your hands up and just say you're just going to have to wait after this. So, Henry, what would you say a reasonable amount of time is before you clear the zone of the ballparks? We're talking Patterson. You're up to Broad at least, then you're on your own. I would say it shouldn't take 20 minutes, and sometimes it takes that long. I'd say it ought to take 7 or 8 minutes.
I would lean more towards the 20.
You think that's reasonable? What you have to put up with?
Yeah, at least.
Okay.
I would say it's never usually less than that.
Yeah.
If you're trying to go back to the suburbs or something.
Right. So I'm not sure him putting $30 million in, what that's going to do. That seems to be kind of after the fact. The fact is, what do you do? And maybe that's on the teams to make it easier or harder to get out of the parking lots. You can't say, well, we're not going to do anything. In other words, what I'm saying is there's a lane of stuff like this, convenience. And Josh Shapiro's trying to tap into it. I wish Stacey Garrity would tap into it more. I wish Republicans would. The Democrat Party is a party of overregulation. It's almost as bad as overtaxing. And the Republicans have to constantly emphasize ways to let people get on their way, to make it convenient to do just about anything. Is the ballpark thing impossible? So he steps up yesterday with all the sports media in the world, and he gets to pose as somebody in sports. You know, he's got his jump shot and all that stuff with this guy. But he's committing a lot. $30 million is excessive. That just helps the ball clubs. I don't see how that helps the average person. In other words, I don't think his instinct is right. I don't think this is the solution to being something that's going to get you on your way better.
I need like a traffic expert. Like someone had to explain
right.
it to him to be like, it's actually going to decongest in this way, not just everyone's going to bottleneck right here. I don't know. There's got to be some sort of logic behind it. Because, if this does go awry, it's going to look bad for him.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think it's more just around the ballpark. Getting out of there is where the difficulties, and that involves the best, of not letting people go a certain way to kind of relieve stuff and all. And I guess they've looked at it, but anybody that would do that, his instinct is right. This is what people want. They want solutions to everyday problems when you get right down to it. If you can deliver those things, and then they look at your bigger policies, but they're not going to look at Iran right away necessarily. If your other policies, I approach school choice that way as something that is, I can't understand how people would be opposed to it, given what you have to go through. Making life easier, showing exact concrete things that you've done to make it smoother. In dealing with anything with the government, for example. Almost impossible, but that's what we should be doing. Okay, 855-839-1210. Jump in. Something that is an everyday menace is what we're looking for. Hey, attention, Pennsylvania, New Jersey home sellers. If you're over 60 and even thinking about selling right now or next year, don't start too late. That's the message. Sellers are losing thousands before that sign ever goes up. They fix the wrong things. They guess on price. They get blindsided at inspections. Learn how to sell smart. Protect your equity with me and my great friend Diane Giordano-Casaccio with Giordano Realtors. This is the next free home seller seminar where you get unbelievable information. June 9th, Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. Meet me, enjoy wine and appetizers at 5 p.m. Then the seminar starts at 6 p.m. Should you downsize? Do it now or stay put. What about capital gains? How do you declutter 30 years of stuff? What should you fix or not fix? Should you sell as is? And how do you price and market your home to sell fast? All attendees get a free copy of one of Diane's 5 books, your choice. Diane Giordano says RSVP now. This is all free. 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.com.
Now an important message from Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement.
Do you remember the promise that you made to yourself that if your retirement nest egg ever recovered from past market downturns, you would get off the stock market roller coaster? Well, that time has come, and that time is now. The markets have surged since pandemic lows, when most Americans dropped about 40% almost overnight. And now, once again, global unrest is making markets volatile. So don't forget that promise that you made to yourself. Get your money out of risky stocks and bonds and mutual funds. It's time. Keep that promise you made to yourself and your family. Crash-proof your future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on Tuesday, June 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. You know I love summer vacation, and the Zioli family, we love Cape May, and we love the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, and you will love it too. Book a June midweek stay, and you're going to save big time because you're going to get resort credits back. The longer you stay, the more you save. 3 nights get you $60 a night in resort credits, 5 nights get you $70, and 7 nights get you $80 a night in resort credits, and you can use those resort credits to get food and beverages at Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or the gift shop. Take the family on a whale watching boat cruise. But you got to book direct with them for the best rates and to get your resort credits. So go to grandhotelcapemay.com. And the Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding or special event. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. But they always sell out for the summer, so make sure you make your reservations today. You'll love the outdoor pool, the indoor pool, you'll love it all. GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC. FDIC.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This weather won't last forever. Soon summer will be here and you'll go from always shivering to always sweating. And if your AC barely made it through last summer, Horizon Cooling's here to fix any HVAC issue now. And for a limited time, get a precision tune-up for just $79. But if you're in need of a new system, save big with up to $2,000 in free comfort upgrades plus 0% interest financing. So start now and avoid getting stuck with season passes to Sweatland. Book HorizonServices.com today.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app.
It is Dom time. Stacey Garrity and the On Deck Circle with a lot of big stuff in the governor's race, which is critical. Leslie Fisher-Pine, great comment on Twitter, tweeting back at Martina McBride. Martina, you've dropped out of the 250 event. I think it starts June 26th through July 24th. The entertainment in Washington we've been talking about. What exactly about it is it partisan? What didn't you understand that's partisan? That was her excuse. Oh, I didn't know it was partisan. No, she's feeling the heat. She's feeling the pressure. And part of me realizes that, it's got to be unrelenting here. Now, the Dart guy apparently was civil, et cetera, to his teammates in the meeting they had, but did not apologize, according to reports, for introducing President Trump. But Martina McBride, if she appears at this, is afraid, I don't know that her career would be over, but things would be very difficult. So part of me takes that into account. And the only remedy to this, I guess, is to go all out to try to support the people who are just wanting to show up, play music, and then get threats of both economically and then threats physically to have to deal with this. So we're reduced, I think, to one from Milli Vanilli and Vanilla Ice, and then I'm not sure. And you have people saying, well, why don't you just bring in great musicians to play in Washington that maybe people don't know? Well, you could do that. That'd be fine. People might enjoy it, but that's not going to stop them from then saying, ha, America's against you. You can't get X. This is the age-old battle. This is what's going on with Trump. The idea is if you associate it all, even though there's nothing about this event that's partisan, other than he's the president and it's in Washington, that I can think of. So Martina McBride and others, it would be better if they perform, but I understand what the dilemma is here. But there's nothing about it using the excuse, well, I didn't know this was going to be partisan, is a little bit different. Now, we were talking yesterday, and Hochul today has kind of sealed the deal for me. I think he'll come on Monday. State Senator, Republican, allegedly, John Brannick. I'm going to ask Henry to try to get him on now on Monday. We kind of booked up today. He's the last time he was on with me. He said, well, you tell me why state troopers don't wear a mask like the ICE agents do. And we played you yesterday, this guy that there's a manhunt on for. I hope they catch him. I'd make it a top priority and make sure we fully publicize what's going to happen to him. He's going to be fully charged, indicted, threatening a federal officer. The guy that told one of the ICE agents that the mask slipped or something, he saw his face, they're going to know it. You're dead, your wife's dead, your kids and everything else. That's why, John Branmick, that's why they're wearing the mask. And we keep on having this debate. Now, if you want to say they should be fully identified by the uniform, insignia, something like that, that's what the identifier is. People know this is ICE. You don't want them to wear the mask because you want the mob to get at them. You know about social media. That's the other thing. I mean, what are we in the Flintstone days? We're living in an era where this can be all over the place, and that's exactly what they live for. One other comment, and I'm trying to think if there are any mainstream religions where women have to subjugate themselves. And that's exactly what I think we're seeing going. I'm looking at Mikey Sherrill, another event with the hijab on, AOC at an event. Look, it's America. They can do that to say they're showing conformity to a religion. And I can say, yeah, conformity to a religion that diminishes women. That's exactly what's going on here. So don't posture as a feminist. Well, I don't want to give offense to that religion. Okay, which one is it? Are you a feminist or not? Is that not diminishing women? You have every right to do it in America. You have every right to have a religion, in some cases, that has women completely cover themselves. That's your right. No doubt about it. But I think we have a right to call into contention, you know, and I haven't seen them. What other religion are they pointing to? Back in the day, women wearing a hat in church. But those days are long gone, are they not? As far as, if not mandatory, sort of a social moray, right? Why in the world would you dress up like this then? Well, we don't want to give offense to the religion. Well, I would argue the religion is offensive in this manner in what it's demanding of women. Why do women have to cover up? Would be the issue. It's a patriarchy at best. And to be there with Mandani and these others, a guy who cannot walk in the Israel parade. First mayor since 1964, I think, when they first started doing it in New York. It is one-sided. It's bigoted. It's wrong. And again, everybody has a right in America to express however they want. But that means you might want to critique why an AOC and Mikey Sherrill feel it's necessary to do that. Well, it would be offensive. Well, it's offensive to me. Both of you are offensive to common sense and reason anyhow, but you're offensive in this regard. All righty, 855-839-1210. Stacey Garrity, candidate for governor on the Republican side. The data centers now have made their way into the governor's race. And her challenge is the corrupt media, I don't think you're going to tell those people out in the suburbs. The champion, the guy who opened Pennsylvania up to these AI data centers, is Josh Shapiro. Doesn't he have to answer for that? We'll talk with her next. You get in at 855-839-1210.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at Amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. And you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Nothing makes a gathering great like Eggland's Best Eggs. They're so delicious and with better nutrition, too. For us, it's eggs any style, as long as they're the best. Eggland's Best.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
A comfortable air mass will remain in place through the upcoming weekend. We'll have plenty of sunshine today with low humidity with a high of around 80 degrees. A cold front moves through the region tonight dry. It'll just bring some clouds, turning breezy with a low 60 for the city, 50s in the suburbs, and a cooler day on Saturday. Plenty of sunshine and breezy with a high 72.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, it is Dom time, and I'd say over the last 2 weeks, it's come to a head, all this AI talk, some of the commencement speeches we brought you, Bill O'Reilly and I differing over it, but the key thing here in the governor's race and where we live are places like Chester County, now Bucks County, the suburbs, and these AI facilities and people packing, like Upper Marion, packing the town halls, the council meetings on this. Well, the guy that opened the floodgates on this, it's pretty clear he was very proud about it. And by the way, a lot of money, if you run for governor and or president, could come your way, was Governor Josh Shapiro. And Stacey Garrity, the last week or so on the campaign trail, has been tapping into this because Shapiro now is trying to rewrite history and say he's the guy that's a good steward of this. Let's go to candidate, Treasurer Stacey Garrity, candidate for governor in Pennsylvania. Stacey, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom. Great to be with you.
Well, I'm glad that this finally has reached a head. I briefly mentioned it to you the last time you were on. We talked a little bit about, out in some abandoned mines and stuff like that in Pennsylvania where there might be a place for this. But Josh Shapiro was going down Broadway with this, and now he's wakened to the fact that suburban Philadelphia, and I'm sure you're hearing it across the state, is not enamored with bringing more of these AI centers in.
No, they're absolutely not. And, the reason is because lack of transparency and not involving the locals to begin with, which I've said from the beginning. Like I said on your show, I'm sure there's some places for it, but you have to have community buy-in. And my goodness, a lot of these townships, their zoning is from the 60s and 70s. So he went from being data center's biggest cheerleader to doing damage control. And you're right, like you said earlier, trying to rewrite history and put on the brakes because, he knows people are really upset about it.
Well, it was also, he was very much involved with touting Amazon on this, and I think Amazon would have some of the bigger locales for this.
Absolutely. He said he was very proud of the project. He said that his team worked very closely with Amazon to land the deal. He said it was a great, example of private sector and the government working well together. Well, maybe the state government, but obviously they didn't involve the local.
Yes, without a doubt. So, Stacy, where you go, is it across the state like Pittsburgh or some of these small? I know here in the Philadelphia suburbs, I can tell you on the ground, Upper Merion, for example, it is stunning to see these town halls where nobody ever shows up. We had one literally, we had on Senator Coleman talking about it in his district. It's overwhelming. It's just, will the media cover it and actually tell people who brought it here?
Probably not. But you're right. Now he's saying he's going to put some guardrails on the industry. But I think that cat's out of the bag because they already announced the $20 billion deal with Amazon. And I have to say that he has received over $8 million in campaign contributions from AI data center folks.
Yes.
So it's crazy. So he's absolutely doing this, to attract, think about it, Jeff Bezos, who owns the Washington Times, right? And so he's doing it for his campaign. He doesn't care about Pennsylvanians. He cares about Pennsylvania Avenue.
Now, this one is something the media has only been sporadically looking at. I'm talking about the sexual harassment case, but it brings into question, again, a guy in the Democrat Party who touts his record with women, and yet one of your colleagues who really is one of your biggest champions, the Senate pro tempore, has gone after him on this, and he just, it shows that any kind of challenge to this guy, he doesn't stay in the lane. He just tries to crush even female representatives. And again, the transparency that's going on here, or lack of it, tell us how that's starting to bubble up.
Right. So Josh Shapiro, he is the least transparent governor in modern Pennsylvania history. And I don't know if you saw the report that came out from Broad and Liberty, but he's been asked directly 16 times why they deleted the email account of the young lady that accused him, and why he says that he found out about the sexual misconduct over, 5 months. They've asked him, and why he found out about it 4 weeks after, his buddy left the office, and they have refused to answer just 2 questions 16 times. So, so they did right to know requests from 5 different Pennsylvania government agencies, and they all contradict his claims that his administration followed the document retention policy. So, so he can't say that he's for women, Dom, because they paid off this young lady $295,000. By the way, our taxpayer dollars. Made her sign a non-disclosure agreement. Then he turned around and took $2.1 million from the founder of LinkedIn, Reid Hoffman, who was Jeffrey Epstein's travel buddy after Jeffrey Epstein was a convicted sex offender. So don't tell me that, he stands for women. He clearly does not.
Yes, and as I said, his personal temperament with your colleague, too, is a real good example of this. Stacey Garrity with us, candidate for president. Stacey, I do have a podcast. You were good enough to come on about school choice. I had on the leading Democrat yesterday, we taped it, who is trying to move Democrats to be more for school choice and education reform. And he bet me, he said he believes every Democrat governor before the deadline is up will sign off for this. So I have a big pizza bet with them about Josh Shapiro. The school choice issue here in Philadelphia, it is beyond rock bottom. I'm sure you hear this and you've seen some of the reports. We're talking about the physical deterioration, the safety issues, just up in line, the lack of proficiency. Harrisburg, it's only 12%. As you go around the state, how does this play out? Because Shapiro certainly is not going to be a champion of school choice.
No, because he's bought and paid by the teachers union, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But when I travel around the state, it is, I would say 80 to 85% of everybody wants school choice because your zip code, talk about Philadelphia, shouldn't determine your child's success. And, school choice is a true lifeline for a lot of these kids. And parents want their kids to have opportunities. And what's the best way to do it? Make sure they have good education. And you remember when he first ran, he said every child of God deserves a quality education, and then he line item vetoed it out of the budget. So again, it's because Josh Shapiro is more interested in Pennsylvania Avenue than helping Pennsylvania families, and it shows time and time again.
We'll give people where we can find your campaign in a second, Stacey. Any events coming up in our area you'd like to tell us about?
Oh, my goodness. So Garrity4PA.com is the website. And then, of course, Facebook is Stacey Garrity for Pennsylvania. And events should be on the website. I know I'm going to be in Perry County tomorrow. And last weekend I was actually in Bucks County.
Oh, yeah, I know that. Big event over there, yeah.
Yeah, that was a nice event. So I will have to look on the calendar, and I should have looked before I got on here.
That's okay. That's okay. Give us where we go again. People can follow it there, Stacey.
Yes, they can. So the events are on Garrity4PA.com, and I think we're going to be doing some listening tours around these data centers. So stay tuned.
Yes, that's a brilliant idea. Let us know. We want to come out and promote that and take some of the that's exactly it. Well, you probably know in other areas of the state. All I can tell you is here, this is the hot button of hot button. Some of these are bigger than the King of Prussia Mall. They're bigger than the Philadelphia International Airport. And it's finally dawned on people, all we have to do now is take the record and tie it to the guy who opened all this up.
Exactly. And that's why I'm saying we have to pause because, like you said, there are a lot of uncertainties. There are legitimate concerns. We want to make sure that these communities are protected, and it's up to the communities. It shouldn't be government trying to force this down the people's throats. And a real leader, if Josh Shapiro had been a real leader, he would have brought the local governments in and taking care of all of this before bringing in the data centers, but he didn't. Because, again, that's a lot of money that got donated to his campaign.
Exactly. Stacey, thank you very much. Good to talk with you today, as always.
Great to talk with you.
All right, Stacey Garrity here on Talk Radio 1210. It's a busy day. Coming up, Congressman Ryan McKenzie with us. His opponent, Bob Brooks. Is he really scamming his relatives out of big money? Oh, man, you know how people feel. Josh Shapiro stealing land. Bob Brooks. The parents of, third baseman for the Phillies. Wow. Yeah, what is it with the in-laws? All right, McKenzie is next. We'll get your calls, though. All-time, everyday menace is what we're looking for on Talk Radio 1210.
Ready for your next Jeep? Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is the perfect fit waiting. Step into a new 2026 Jeep Wrangler with legendary capability. Now leasing for just $392 a month during the Declaration of Deals event. Need more? We have over 25 Jeep Grand Cherokees packed full of savings. Stop by during Declaration of Deals event to get your next Jeep at 422jeep.com or visit us at 15 D&L Drive 100 in Limerick.
39-month lease, 7,500 miles per year, $29.99 due at signing. Zero security deposit with approved credit plus tax, title, and any other governmental charges. Expires 5/31/2026.
Living here is about more than just the headlines. It's the new restaurant opening in Fishtown. It's the playoff energy at the bank. It's the festivals that make your neighborhood feel like home.
KYW News Radio brings you the pulse of the Delaware Valley. From service journalism that solves problems to stories that celebrate our culture. We cover the life you're actually living.
Authentic, local, factual. KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news source.
Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Yikes, it was scary cold. But just as scary is that you now know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer. Let PJ Fitzpatrick help reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for your new windows. That's TrustPJ.com.
Free speech lives here. With Rich Zioli. Weeknights at 6. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, busy day here with Dom. We'll get in more of your calls, too, coming up. Congressman Ryan McKenzie is one of our favorites. Last time, one of the times we talked with him with Speaker Johnson, because he is in one of those races that's crucial to determining who holds the House. And he's going against the Democrats' new Frankenstein monster, somebody who is a real guy, down to earth, the firefighter. He's putting out fires there. But is he also scamming his in-laws? Let's go to Congressman Ryan McKenzie on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Congressman, welcome back. So now we know officially who the opponent is. And one of the stories out there shows this guy to be more of a financial insider. It seems to be his preoccupation, maybe, than a union leader and firefighter.
That is all correct, and the Democrats and the Democratic establishment spent millions of dollars of dark money on his behalf because they wanted their hand-picked candidate, conman and fraudster Bob Brooks. So they steamrolled all the local Democrats. They hijacked the democratic process just so that they could get their corrupt political insider, somebody who is a wealthy lobbyist with a vast stock portfolio. And he also has this record of stealing from his own family, which you just talked about. It's shocking that this is the person that they picked, but the Democratic establishment, they want somebody that they know they can control and is going to listen to them, and Bob Brooks is their guy if that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, definitely Josh Shapiro's hands all over it. And I think more broadly, they're trying to dream up, sometimes they fumble like Tallarico in Texas. They're going to have trouble saying, hey, we're with men, we're common sense, we're everyday sort of people. And that's the veneer that we see in the ads. And he's been well funded with Brooks. But to your point, now that we know he's a nominee, there's a lot more there. When we talk about this with the relatives, it involves, I think, his former wife and in-laws. And the trail is there. I mean, you have put out the whole trail on this guy of what he's done that clearly is something that the media ought to be taking a look at.
This isn't even our position or an opinion. This is a fact that was proven in court. And so he owes his in-laws $160,000 at this point, refuses to pay them. And this has gone through the whole legal process. He's out of appeals. And this is somebody who is a con man and a fraudster. He took this property from his in-laws with an agreement to repay, has never repaid them, never actually come to the table to negotiate some kind of an agreement or a settlement. And the court said that you are on the hook for this over $100,000 in a civil judgment, and he just refuses to pay. And that is in spite of the fact that he has multiple salaries coming in from when he was a firefighter, being the head of a union. He's a union boss where he gets tens of thousands of dollars every year for doing that. He has some other side jobs, so he is not short on cash. His stock portfolio, which has all kinds of corporations that he likes to rail against and pretend that he's opposed to, he has this vast stock portfolio that is valued anywhere up to almost $4 million. And so for him to pretend that he's an everyman, it's just not believable. But this is what the Democrats do. They package up the most far-left individual that they can find. He's a Bernie Sanders endorsed individual, wants to push all of his far left agenda items, and then under the auspice that he's just an everyman. He's a common person like anybody else. And so once you peel back these layers of the onion, though, the story starts to fall apart pretty quickly. But the media, to your point, some people have written about this, but there have been some really glossy profiles on him that never touch on these things. So we need to make sure we're getting the message out, the truth out, that this guy, Bob Brooks, is a con man and a fraudster who stole from his own family, refuses to pay back the money that he stole, even though the court said he has to do it. And it's, in spite of all of the money that he makes every year and his vast stock portfolio. So the guy's just, again, Bob Brooks is a con man and a fraudster, and we are going to make sure that everybody knows the truth about this individual.
We just spoke with Stacey Garrity, and on her radar screen, as you probably have seen, and I wanted to ask you in your area, she's going to do a listening tour, she told us, which I think is exactly right. Josh Shapiro has been the biggest champion of these AI data centers, just with no transparency, a lot of Amazon money. And here, probably where you are too, Ryan, but I can tell you on the ground here, Upper Marion, for example, the turnout of people opposing this, the anxiety they have about it that's not being quelled, they're just trying to shove it through, is enormous. How about in the Lehigh Valley? How about where you are?
We have a similar situation. We have a number of data centers that are being considered in places like Upper Macungie and the Mount Bethel area and some others up in Carbon County. And you see the same thing. I mean, Upper Macungie just recently had their hearing about a proposed data center. Massive turnout. I mean, literally overflow capacity, people standing outside the room. And the concerns are everything from not only energy usage and the potential that it drives up energy costs in a local community. It's about water usage, noise pollution, siting, permitting. Lots of different concerns go into this. And, so it is nice to see that people are actually voicing their opinion. They're going to these local meetings because as somebody who's been involved in government over the years, oftentimes local government where these decisions are made. And so often we say local government is the closest form of government to you, and they have some of the biggest impact on your lives, but all too often people overlook it. So it's great to see that people are getting engaged in these things, attending these meetings, making sure that their voices are heard, because that's where the change is going to happen.
Yeah, school boards COVID is the best example I can ever give on that. Where do we go to help Ryan McKenzie?
We would appreciate any and all support. They can go to McKenzieForCongress.com, McKenzieForCongress.com, and we are taking on the entire Democratic establishment. Bob Brooks, it's not just Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and Pete Buttigieg that are coming into some for this guy. It's all the national unions that are dumping in money. All the radical left groups, the Working Families Party and all these other groups, the entire Democratic establishment is coming here to fight against us because they know that I defeated a Democratic incumbent last cycle. And if they want to get the majority back in this country, it's going to run straight through the Lehigh Valley. So we are going to make sure that does not happen. But we need everybody's help and support to stop this con man and fraudster of Bob Brooks.
Thank you, Ryan. Thanks very much for coming on. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, Dom. You too.
All right, Ryan McKenzie here on Talk Radio 1210. Just amazing stuff here with Bob Brooks, though. But I think the things, Bob Menendez. Why did Bob Menendez ultimately go to jail? Well, I mean, it was unbelievable, the stuff he was doing. Henry, if you remember, what got the public attention? The gold bars. Yeah. When you had the gold bar, the wife runs over the guy mysteriously, and she's gone on her way. Nothing too much happened. But the gold bars, oh, yes.
Got the secret compartment in his desk.
Yes. Then we saw him singing to her at the Taj Mahal, and all that whole thing started to be mocked. So that's how it works. By the way, the takeaway from Pam Bondi testifying today, the argument Democrats trying to put out there is she blamed Todd Blanche for what happened with the Epstein files. Okay? You knew they were going to play that card. It's smart politically. We'll see how it shakes out. But the president is in the Situation Room, apparently at the White House, determining maybe by the end of the day whether he'll sign off on the Iran deal. There is a deal here. Now, there are reports there would be $300 billion in a reconstruction fund. If that's the case, I'm not on board with that. I don't think the average American is going to be. I don't know how you spin that. But coming up, the best that we can bring you, weekly visit from Dr. Victoria Coates. And we'll talk with her about sign or not sign off on this based upon what she knows. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. You just hit us with something that is an everyday menace. Today is National E-Bikes Day. Guy was awfully nice to call from Ben Salem. I get it. Not every person with e-bikes and all that, but there's a lot that goes on with this where we are, and on the boardwalk even. That's why they passed ordinances against it. That's pretty menacing. The back-end call was a good one so far. There have been several others, though, really insightful. Hit us with one of those. They're not going to kill you necessarily, but they just make life agonizing. 839. We got Dom's Money Melody, too. 839-1210.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code EARN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code EARN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code EARN to borrow up to $10,000.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hey, it's Nick. Transform any living space for summer, indoors or out, during the Memorial Day sale at Bucks County Estate Traders. Their showroom is filled with high quality, built-to-last furniture, and I love the incredible variety. No matter your style, you will find beautiful pieces for every room in your home, plus a huge selection of patio and sunroom furniture. Save 20 to 50% store-wide. The sale runs now through the 31st, so don't miss it. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their huge showroom in Hatfield. Tell them Nick sent you.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. redpocket.com.
All right, it is Dom time. Presently, we should speak with the very best, Dr. Victoria Coates, the president in the Situation Room. There is a deal, but it requires the president to say it's a deal and signing off on it. If this latest thing is true, $300 billion, Enrique, I'm not going with that. Are you? I'm just asking you. I've never seen a situation we all want to get out of this. But there's less public opinion here in talk radio to let us know how people are feeling about the details of this. And there's a definite temptation there that there's been some progress made. Clock is ticking on the midterms. You know all the things that are involved in this. To sort that out, though, and we're really pleased that each Friday we have the opportunity to talk with Dr. Victoria Coates, who is the Vice President of Heritage's Catherine and Shelby Cullum, Davis Institute for National Security and Foreign Policy, and someone who has been at our events at the Jersey Shore. Henry, I make that official invite. I don't know if it'll conflict with her schedule. Why not? At Mulligan's. It would be great to place. Johnny's big on national security. So let's go to Dr. Victoria. Dr. Victoria, welcome in. This is a precise day to have you. If you were advising, as you were at one point, inside the Situation Room, based upon what you know, what would your thoughts be, if you can tell us that, if it's not too sensitive, if you haven't told President Trump about where we are with this proposal?
No, I think the president and I are pretty much in the same place. I think his statement an hour or so ago, really laying out, his bottom lines here was quite powerful, unambiguous. Here are the terms; you can take them. There is emphatically no money changing hands in this deal. There are possibilities down the road if they meet their obligations. Obviously, they need some kind of sanctions relief to survive. And it was, it's interesting, some of the predictions based on what Secretary Bessent said yesterday, the Treasury Secretary, that our estimation is the Iranians have about 10 days to 2 weeks of liquidity left, given everything that's happened to them economically. And at that point, they start to face various phases of collapse. And my understanding is, that could get very chaotic very quickly. The administration would prefer not to have that kind of crazy collapse. I'm thinking more like a Gorbachev moment, where the Soviets had to make these massive concessions to President Reagan that then eventually dissolved the Soviet Union. I'd much rather have that kind of a process here and then not mismanage the transition to a democratic Russia the way we did during the Clinton period, but instead really then step in and help the Iranians get back to their early 20th century constitution, their institutions, in a more orderly fashion.
But if we, let me go back a minute then. If we make this deal, at least what I know about it, wouldn't that curtail, wouldn't that allow the regime to continue? In other words, to your point, which you have made for a while now, how all this, and Bessent did make it, you're right. If we wait and draw this out another 10 days or whatever, I mean, I've seen, Doctor, that once they were back online a bit, you were exactly right. People complaining about inflation and things of that nature. That's the first thing that bubbled up.
No, I think that the problems that this deal would cause the Iranians are what eventually get us to the happier outcome. So for starters, the threat of a nuclear weapon, if this can be materially undermined, and so all of the enriched uranium comes out, they agree to inspections and to not pursuing a nuclear weapon. And we inform them that we're going to be watching them like hawks. And if they break this deal, we're coming back to do more damage to it. What that takes away from them, Dom, is the kind of leverage that North Korea has. If North Korea didn't have nukes, no one would care what that poor, impoverished country did, because it wouldn't have any way to project power outside of its borders. That's been a red line for President Trump, that Iran not be able to project outside of its borders, most importantly with a nuclear weapon. Nobody wants to see that, except maybe the Iranians. If they give that up, that takes away one of their key sort of tools of legitimacy in the eyes of the Iranian people. And then if they give up their control over the Strait of Hormuz, they lose their leverage over the international economy. And I don't think you're going to see, if you don't have a meaningful change of leadership, I don't think you're going to see a flood of investment going into Iran. And that can be something else that might incentivize the Iranian people then to start the internal reforms, like what happened in the Soviet Union.
Are you saying then they lose face, they lose this nuclear thing if they say it, if they acknowledge in this deal, which appears to be part of it, that they're giving that up, they're giving up their nuclear option, that will undercut them at home?
That will undercut them at home. And even if they start to move some oil, and that's going to be limited, I don't see significant sanctions relief happening immediately. They're going to get to this, this kind of economic breaking point. And again, if that can be managed rather than just happen willy-nilly, I think it'll be much better for the Iranian people. So that's my hope.
The inspection part, I know you a little bit. We've spoken with you. I think I am somebody who needs it to be at a level of people like you in charge and others that are going to tell us, yes, we can inspect. So is that your best guess? We can do this. I'm just afraid that in the end, they still pursue this, or would the Israelis or somebody else know it and then we stop them?
Well, that's the thing, is we would know it. And so the inspections need to be much stronger than they were under the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the JCPOA. Some of the assets that were taken out during Epic Fury, Dom, were things that we were never allowed to inspect before, but everybody knew that they were part of the nuclear apparatus, like the research universities. Oh, those crying in the New York Times, the administration has bombed a university. Like, no, that is a nuclear weapon research facility. That's what they are doing there. And you let them have the sort of veneer of, oh, it's an academic institution. It was no such thing. It needed to be bombed. It's gone now, and all those scientists are dead. So that is a good thing that will prevent them from reconstituting. But we know all that. So we know the sorts of things we need to take out, where they're doing their long-range missile testing. And what has been revealed is there's not a darn thing they can do about it. None of their defenses work against us. So if they cheat and we catch them, which we and the Israelis will, in conjunction with our Gulf partners and allies who will be in on this, then we go back in and we bomb it. And if that's what they want, that's what we'll do. But I think everyone on this side would rather get to a negotiated settlement.
One of the things, and we know you're going to go to the region, so I'll be interested to see what stories you bring back. That's most interesting to me. Any reasonable person has to see, in whatever way he's done it, Trump has broken through with a bunch of Arab nations there, and that really helps us to box in a place like Iran.
Now, as I've said before, I think we should consider the Iranians for a Nobel Peace Prize, because they've really brought folks in the region together. And you have stuff like, the UAE bringing Iron Dome to the Emirates to protect them from the Iranian missiles, and the Israelis sending IDF soldiers to go and man these missile defense batteries to protect Emiratis. That is a beautiful thing. Nobody is talking about how incredible that is to have that kind of partnership, but it's broader than that. We've had Bahrain as part of it, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. All of these countries realize that Israel is their best friend, not their bitterest enemy in the region, and that the United States and Israel have capabilities jointly and individually that they really want to be able to partner with. So I think that's going to be part of what we're going to see going forward.
One other area to hit you with, and it's Cuba. Philadelphia City Council yesterday, in a spasm, voted essentially 16-1. It was, we're with Cuba Day. We're tired of all this provocation toward Cuba. You're an area person, you follow this stuff. But even for Philadelphia City Council, with all that's going on in Philadelphia, it was apparently almost the whole council session. So is the approach with Cuba now, we are going to take the long-range thing here. There are things going on. We're not going to take any action like we did in Iran, I don't think. But the seeds are there to do something.
Yeah, I don't think we need to on Cuba. And it's a very different problem. And what's particularly disgraceful about what our so-called city council did yesterday is, bear in mind, this is a proximate threat. It is 90 miles off the shores of Florida. This is very, very different from even Venezuela, certainly Iran, in terms of the proximity to the American people, to the sorts of things Fidel Castro has been accused of doing, or Raul Castro, rather, the indictments against him. I think it was this week, for the murder of 3 American citizens in plane shoot downs, and that they would say, the council would say, we from the city of brotherly love, from the birthplace of American liberty, are going to stand in solidarity with the communist Cubans. It just defies logic and reason. And it's so embarrassing. I mean, stand with the Cuban people 100%. Freedom for the Cuban people, prosperity for the Cuban people, security for the Cuban people. All of these things are possible, and a great partnership with the United States, but not with this thuggish criminal regime in place. And I think we're going to start to see more material changes in Venezuela. We're seeing Exxon, some of our other countries start to invest in Venezuela. That is going to show the Cuban people what happens when you partner with the United States. And I think they're pretty fed up with what they have.
Without a doubt. What's next for you? Anything in the area? Anything book-wise you're working on? Anything else?
Well, it's definitely book time, crash time on what's going to be called Divine Creations, how Michelangelo's David and Leonardo's Mona Lisa were made at the same place at the same time, which is Florence in 1503. So this time next year, we can be talking about that. It's a Western Civ book for anybody who knows they love those two works of art, but isn't quite sure why. This is going to be a fun book for you, but it's time to get the draft into the publisher, so that's taking up most of my time right now.
Oh, we're marking that down. We have to do a whole lot with that. Dr. Victoria, thank you so much. Have a nice weekend.
Appreciate you, John. Take care.
All right, Dr. Victoria here. I don't know how Henry did it. He doesn't even know. Was that a Joe Biden thing? No, I think he does. And suddenly they said, let's do it every Friday. Yeah,
ask and you shall receive.
Yeah, there you go. Ask come the Mulligans, too. Lante Macaulay, Zenos, and Dr. Victoria Coates discussing international politics.
Whoa.
What could possibly
go wrong?
Yes. I would invite one of those members of city council if I thought they would ever come to get there. I'm waiting on, my mind is already clicking forward to Bramnick, the Republican, about why ICE agents shouldn't wear masks on Monday. I think he'll show up. I think he will. And I think it will be, straitjacket time for this one. Okay, 855-839-1210. Let me get Leslie in Bryn Mawr. We haven't heard her in quite a while. Hey, Leslie, how are things?
Aloha and Happy New Year.
Well, thank you very much. Leslie, a little bit too tough on Martina McBride. You're right. But I just find it interesting, the other side. You're right. She's got to say what's partisan about this. She can't. But once you sign up on these, you could career-wise walk the plank. That's what the issue is.
I disagree with that. I don't think, well, first of all, the woman that's in charge of this, her name is Rosie Rios.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember her?
I don't.
Well, she was our treasurer.
Okay.
From 2009 until 2016. So that's how impactful she is. You don't even remember her.
Right.
So Biden appointed her to be the chair of this celebration.
Okay.
So, that's a hardcore Democrat that's in charge of this.
I got your point. How is this partisan then? Right.
Exactly. How is this partisan? And if Martina McBride is getting some pushback from some people, who cares? Does she not love our country? I mean, isn't this about our country? It's not about the politics of our country. It's about the fact that America is celebrating 250 years of freedom. It is not anything to do with you're a Republican. I mean, on the 4th of July, are you a Republican or a Democrat or an American?
Well, I would tell you, Al Sharpton is holding his own event, which I would say is not American on that day. So there's that. Now, the only point I'm making, Leslie, is I am sensitive to some of these people and the fear they have. And I guess I would say the way to get them out of this is we got to go all out supporting them if they do the right thing. You brought a fact up I haven't seen anywhere in the media. How could this be partisan when the Biden person picked the axe?
Well, exactly. And I have to say, is this where we are today, that we have to get people that are in their 70s? I mean, the Commodores, my God, is there no act?
Well, wait a minute. Worse than this, we can't even get Milli Vanilli. It's only half of Milli Vanilli, followed by Vanilla Ice. This is what we're reduced to.
Yeah, it's pathetic that you would think people if they were asked, would consider that a great honor.
Exactly.
And not something to turn into a political statement. And it just aggravates me to no end, and it's a sad state that this is where we are. And we're celebrating 250 years of breaking away from a king.
Yes. No, Leslie, that Rojas factor you just gave me, that really does push it the other way. But this is the environment we're in. Look, the quarterback of the Giants can withstand this because he's up and coming and all that. What I'm saying is someone marginal, the hatred of Trump is so severe, they are going to make it career-ending for anybody that treads on this. That's what's going on.
I say good luck with with that, because I feel quite differently that it would be career boosting.
Okay, but
to be on that national stage with the world watching. So
you would hope. What's your everyday menace?
My menace is convenience stores are supposed to be convenient. You go in, you get what you need, and you go out. People that dilly-dally in the parking lots of convenience stores drives me crazy. I saw somebody had actually mentioned this in the chat, and it's when somebody gets in their car, they start it, and then they sit there for 5 minutes as you're waiting for that, to take the parking spot. What are you doing? People eat their lunch. I saw a man sitting there, car running, drinking his coffee, reading the newspaper. It's a convenience store. You go in, you get what you want, and you leave.
Thank you, Leslie. Last week, Roe treated me, Henry. The Bluebell Inn. Surprised, though. The chef must have been off that day. They have these really thin pancakes that I just, pancakes were still very good.
Crepe?
Yeah, it's more crepe-like, but they didn't do it this time. And I told the woman. Anyhow, their brunch on Sunday. Watch, Stan has left, right? You mentioned the word brunch, and that guy's going over there right now. He's the brunch kid. Their parking lot is so filled up. And they do have valet parking, but of course you got to be paying. I mean, I just want to pull into the space. So I'm seeing this family come out, the husband, wife, and the 2 kids, and I think one might be 16 or 17. He gets behind the wheel, and he was worse than the father would have been, sitting there fussing, doing the thing. And you got to realize it's like 3 cars are all angling to get into that space. Now, I legitimately was there, and I just inched up and looked over, do the inching thing to get in there. It took him 4.5 minutes before he came out. Wow. Oblivious to it. Wow. The mirrors, the whole thing. Hey, kid, just move it. And it was an SUV. Exactly what she's talking
pressure.
about.
There's a lot of pressure on, a lot of cars around, tight spaces. He's panicking.
He seemed to be cavalier when he was driving, though. I just think he was dilly-dallying. It's the dilly-dowers. All right, get those crepe pancakes back. I'm still smarting from a loss today, though, Kirk. I clearly lost the Friday 5.
Yeah.
So I appoint you next week.
I'm not suck up to the man, but that was like fantastic.
Whatever you think Henry's weakness category might be, like Luddites. I know he didn't know. Let's come up with a category next week. I was thinking a word you like to say if for no other reason. You just like to say. Luddite is one of those.
That'd be good.
Okay, I'm writing that one down. Okay. All right.
You'll beat him. All
right. Thank you,
guys. A lot of Domisms.
Undermine. Yeah, I'll put 5 of them in there. Well, I gave away my number 1, JFK, before we started. I had to. I was just mesmerized by it. The looks maxing guys.
There you go.
That was pretty
correct.
good. And Epstein at the end. Oh, how could I possibly beat that?
I don't either.
It violates every rule, but it was one of the best answers I've ever heard. All right, right now, though, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
That is right. We're playing today for a copy of Scott Jennings' book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization.
Yeah, Dom. So today we're talking about, everyday menaces to society. And it's kind of, it has to do with Leslie's call there, a bit of loitering, I guess no one really likes a loiterer. So much so that this musician I'm going to play you today was actually arrested back in 2009 for taking a walk. He's taking a walk through a neighborhood, Neighbors were like, that guy looks weird.
I seem to remember this.
Yeah, he's like, that guy looks weird. So the police got called, said there's an eccentric-looking old man walking around in their yard. They don't like that. Police comes on the scene, doesn't recognize the eccentric-looking old man, arrests him, and then eventually this eccentric-looking old man goes, look, I'm who I say I am. You just don't know me. Why don't we go back to my tour bus and clear this all up? That's exactly what they did. So this guy, who I guess was a menace to society in this one neighborhood, I'm going to play you him today. I'm going to play him covering Johnny Cash's Ring of Fire. I want to know who this is.
By the way, I before you play it, I really like how far you went to get to this everyday menace, man. And I sort of remember that story.
Goes
all right.
deep.
Yeah. All right, so let's take a listen here. I want to know this menace. Eccentric-looking old man, menace
I don't
to
know
society.
that
in
as a
some
cover. It's
neighborhoods.
completely away from how Johnny Cash did it, you know?
Oh, yeah.
I there's certain things, I mean, they're too iconic to riff on. It's like Taylor Swift doing M&M's, you know, the music, the moment. Pretty tough.
Yeah.
All right, 855-839-1210. I did see some people say never take a picture with Taylor Swift.
Oh, and that's another thing.
Yeah.
Again, I said this, an eccentric-looking old man. You'd want to take a picture with this guy because you'd be the better looking of the two.
All right, I don't know about pictures at Mulligan's this year with Joe of Columbus.
Oh, boy.
Oh, we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
All right, 855-839-1210.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
Now we're moving into summer, and it's time we find out how brutal the winter weather was to our home. Hey, it's Rich Izzioli. If you're looking for a contractor that can help you with repairs during this time, or maybe you want to get a jump on those renovations, go with my guys, Emmons. They deliver protection, peace of mind, and true craftsmanship. That's why Emmons has always been my go-to contractor for over 10 years in 2 different homes. And they even just remodeled our kids' bathroom. Plus, you're going to get American-made products, American-made roofing products to lifetime warranted Owens Corning roofs built to handle severe weather, siding that elevates and insulates your home, and made in America, windows and doors that blend style and performance, made in America. Emmons has you covered every step of the way. So go to emmonsroofing.com, upgrade your home with confidence, make sure you tell them I sent you, and always go with the company that I go with because I trust them, and they've delivered for me each and every time in 2 different homes. That's Emmons Roofing, emmonsroofing.com.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Pocket Host. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at pockethost.com/terms.
Hi, I'm Richard Karn, and the world's #1 expandable hose has gone ballistic. The brand new Pocket Hose Ballistic is here, and it's the hose I reach for every time. This brand new anti-burst sleeve uses an extraordinary new liquid crystal polymer used in bulletproof vests, tough enough to handle anything your outdoor tasks throw its way. And that's not all. The Pocket Hose Ballistic comes with even more upgrades like thicker washers that resist leaks and an enhanced UV coating so your hose looks brand new year after year. What could be better than that? How about not one, but 2 free gifts with your purchase? For a limited time, when you purchase a new Pocket Hose Ballistic, you'll get a free 360-degree rotating pocket pivot and a free thumb drive nozzle. Just text SUMMER to 64,000. That's SUMMER to 64,000 for your 2 free gifts with purchase. That's SUMMER to 64,000.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, Dawn here. With gas prices on top of everyone's minds right now, what about a hybrid? There are a lot of gas-saving options available from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup includes the Accord, the Civic, or the CR-V SUV. Take advantage right now of 2.99% financing, 36 months, or 3.99% for 60 months on the CR-V. Experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, this guy was an everyday menace. He's covering the great Johnny Cash. Let's hear the clue. All right, let me go to Mike in Lancaster. Which do you prefer, Henry?
Lancaster.
Yeah.
Lancaster.
We said both together. Mike in Lancaster. or like,
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, good, Mike. Thanks for calling in. What's your answer?
My answer is Neil Young.
Oh, that is really Neil Young didn't sink to that in 2009. Maybe today it might be, but 2009 I don't.
Well, he was arrested. This person was arrested
Right.
in 2009 for looking
Right.
like an eccentric old man.
Yeah.
It's quite the menace to society, looking
Okay.
at houses in the neighborhood. This
Right.
record in particular came out in 96.
Jonathan in Greensburg. Hey, Jonathan, what's your answer?
Oh, sounds like Bob Dylan.
Nice. That's good on.
It is Bob Dylan?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, my God. 2009, though, he was arrested?
He
I'll
was
put you on hold,
arrested.
Jonathan.
Yeah,
You're
he's
the
walking
winner.
around Long Branch, New Jersey, in the rain at night.
I hear the sound now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't heard it recently.
Someone
Oh,
didn't
man.
like this old man creeping around their neighborhood, so they
Right.
called the cops. A young cop showed up, didn't recognize who he was, and eventually he'd be like, just take me to my tour bus. I'll clear it up there, because he didn't have any ID on him.
Boy. Yeah, now I hear it. All right, Jonathan, you are the winner. Joe in Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. What I find annoying are persons who refuse to stand for the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner. I'll be in the Academy of Music, and the audience stands. And there will be a few people around me who refuse to stand and show respect, reverence, and gratitude for the most unique country on the face of the earth.
Well put, Joe. I like the Academy of Music reference, too. Very much on brand. I should have asked him what he said now. Then people start imitating. Now it's going to be that Joe interrupting these people who are standing, making him stand up. Oh, my goodness. We haven't heard from the other guy yet, though. Big Al, though, right?
They tried calling in yesterday, but
Okay.
it was in the middle of Money Melody.
Oh,
and
okay.
we
All
had
right.
full
I'm
lines
sure
anyway.
we'll hear from him soon, his MO here, so we can set the line if this game comes off. All right. A federal judge now has jumped into the ring to block that $1.8 billion fund that the president has set up here. And we have we have the person who I think filed under this. The first one, someone told us that last week, Michael Caputo, former communications chief with the Trump administration. He's got a piece up, Weaponized Washington Never Sleeps, what happened to him. He was the Russian collusion, the Hunter Biden Ukraine stuff. We'll get his sense of what he thinks, why he thinks his fund is justified. At this point, it's on hold with this one judge, but that could change. We'll also get a winner today and then the winner for the week. All you have to do, we had some great ones, though. Something that's an everyday menace. This is National E-Bike Day. All that straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. redpocket.com.
Weather sponsored by D&K Appliances.
A comfortable air mass will remain in place through the upcoming weekend. We'll have plenty of sunshine today with low humidity with a high of around 80 degrees. A cold front moves through the region tonight dry. It'll just bring some clouds, turning breezy with a low 60 for the city, 50s in the suburbs, and a cooler day on Saturday, plenty of sunshine and breezy with a high 72.
Sponsored by D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offering industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. They're local experts guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances at Newtown Square in Flourtown or dkappliances.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano Show. Michael R. Caputo has been a guest on the show over the years, again in capacity with the Trump administration, but then on his own, the continuing legal battle. I mentioned it's been in the news the last 2 weeks, this $1.8 billion fund against the weaponization lawfare that a federal judge has put on hold right now. His column, Weaponized Washington Never Sleeps. His story, and I think he's the first to file under this. Let's go to Michael. Hey, Michael, welcome back. It's been quite a while. Thanks for joining us today.
Hey, thanks for the invitation. It has been a while. It's a delight to be on. Thank you.
Are you the first, as far as we know, that filed under this?
Yes, sir, I am, as far as I can tell, and because more than anything, I think everybody has to understand that there are no parameters and rules for filing yet. What I did, and under my lawyer's advice, was write a very clear letter of intent to file to the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, the acting Attorney General, who has actually gotten this fund idea, to the finish line. We got to get across the finish line, but he took it the hardest yardage.
And your cause of action, what did you write, Michael? What was the official complaint? What was it like for you? We know sort of listeners may remember because you've been on. We've been talking about this, but you are a prime example of what can happen under this kind of Biden lawfare.
It is. The reason why my attorneys advised me to apply to the fund and why we've been looking at other sources of litigation, not only did my family endure the 2016 to approximately 2019, 2020, illegal FBI investigation about Russiagate, which they created and then pretended to investigate when they were just looking for ways to destroy a presidency. But after that period, I actually made a film called The Ukraine Hoax, which was aired on OAN in early 2020. It was about, the American kind of corruption in Ukraine, including Hunter Biden and his father. Then immediately after that, COVID came, and I went in to assist on the COVID response with the president. And the book and the film, the film tour, the book tour, it was all canceled. It was COVID, right? Mm-hmm. It's you can actually see it on my Rumble channel for free. What that film is, it's typical OAN documentary. But when Biden came in January 2021, I didn't know this, but he opened a secret FBI criminal investigation into me and my film. And with investigations, ancillary investigations into everybody in the credits of the film. So, no, I didn't know about this until after we won the election. And it actually turns out to me to be a much more direct violation of my civil rights. And interestingly, Dom, there were a lot of contours to this investigation. It went on until December of 2025. Wow. This is one of those hidden investigations that was in the closet, and hidden from the Trump team as they came in, as far as I know. And I couldn't get anybody to close it. I had to work with my congressman and the White House and the president to get it closed. I was under surveillance for the entire first year of this administration. It goes far deeper than we know.
What about engaging attorneys and the stress and trauma? So when you filed your complaint, did you try to set any kind of cost to this, Michael, to be made whole or to be compensated somewhat?
Well, I mean, as somebody who's been under FBI investigation from 2016 to 2025, if they're even closed by now, 9 years, a decade, because I'm an advisor to Donald Trump, I got to tell you, I don't think it's really over. My feeling is I'm one of hundreds, if not thousands, of families out there. But here's the interesting thing. I've been working with attorneys for quite some time. I've been interviewing attorneys for over a year. And I've, recently came to a decision on what attorneys are going to represent me. You understand what's really interesting here, Dom. This stuff is really dramatic inside the Beltway, little tiny stories that go around it. But if you remember, Ed Martin became the nominee for U.S. attorney in the District of Columbia. I went with him kind of like his chief of staff. And I'm sitting in that U.S. attorney's office in the Department of Justice working with Ed, trying to get him confirmed, right? And that's when I get a ding on my computer from Google. And they're saying, Google user notice. I open it, and it said, you had a secret, a classified FBI criminal investigation into your emails. We were not allowed to tell you, but we are allowed to tell you today. And I asked for the subpoena. Google gave it to me. And it turns out I was sitting in the office that filed the case. And the woman in the office next to me, very likely, is the person who wrote the initial memo on it. I was working among the people that were trying to destroy my family.
So, Michael, based on this, any reasonable person would say, Michael Caputo, there's enough evidence here that somebody's got to look at this, and this fund would work. Do we have to make the case, though? Do you have a sense that we're going to see a lot of people file? Heck, Hunter Biden might file. Yeah. And that's the type of thing that will make it harder for this to become a reality, is what I'm saying. Right. That we don't know the parameters here of who will decide and how to decide. Your case, certainly, rises to the level where someone's got to look at this and say, yes, this is beyond excessive?
Well, I can tell you, I worked in the policy department at Trump 2024, Vance 2024. I started working on anti-weaponization policy in August of 2023. This fund has been discussed for hours and analyzed by the best attorneys in the Republican Party. It was discussed very deeply at the convention on the platform committee by a team of the smartest attorneys I've ever witnessed. It went way over my head in that place. This is not a knee-jerk idea. This has been going. Let's say this is a football game, but this ball has been advanced over and over again, all the way down to the goal line, and we have been. And I'll tell you, Todd Blanche it looks like he's going to get us there. I woke up because I've been out of the loop since I left. As soon as Ed was passed over for confirmation, I left the Department of Justice in May of 25. Why work for the Department of Justice that's investigating me? And I focused on getting it closed. But honestly, I lost track of this idea of a fund, an anti-weaponization fund, for a year. And I woke up the other Monday when they announced it, Dom, and my family got excited about this. Now, I don't know if we're going to get there, but it's a really great idea.
Absolutely. Where do we find you? On Twitter, is that the best place to keep track, Michael?
It is, sir, at Michael R. Caputo on Twitter. I've only been fired twice for using Twitter, so I'm not I'm not the most exciting guy.
That's okay, but keep us in the loop with Henry. We'd love to have you back as this develops.
Thank you, Dom, and thanks to all your listeners. We're counting on something coming from this administration.
Thank you, Michael R. Caputo. Thanks, Henry, for getting him on. Just a little behind the scenes, he's all over the place. So locking it down on Friday. A lot of people landed today. We don't usually do that, but the story, it's ongoing. And again, there's a reasonable part to this. There are unreasonable parts, and I'll go through them once this is settled. Gary in Newtown, those next. Hey, Gary, what do you have today?
Hey, Dom. Just for Henry, Happy New Year.
Okay.
But for you, actually, I got this. Hold on. And then one that you didn't take off, Dom. I'm so surprised.
Okay. All right.
I'm getting ready to edge the lawn.
Oh, yes. In so many ways, it's not just a noise factor. It's artificial. I'm all about being authentic. Roe is not. Artificial.
So anyway, this is a true story. It's kind of like a Joe from Columbus story. I'm at my local Giant, and I'm waiting now in line because whatever this woman in front of me is getting is locked up. It's behind lock and key. Okay. So the person's waiting for 10 cans of Enfamil, baby formula.
Oh, boy.
All right, great. So she starts ringing up, $18.99, $18.99, $18.99. So there's 10, so it's $189.90. And the woman says, that's ridiculous. And I'm like, yes, it is kind of ridiculous. And then she hands the WIC card over and goes and pays for it. I'm like, do I say something? Like, I'm paying for your Enfamil. Not only did it get there, she goes out, gets in her brand new, newer than mine Toyota RAV4, and then drives into my neighborhood.
Oh, boy. And you're paying for it.
Crazy.
That is a local.
I'm paying for it. We are paying for all of it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Gary. I thought somebody might come up with that with Henry. Now, sometimes it's somebody takes a giant $50 birthday cake or lobster, and they take out that card doing it, and you're in the thing, you can't say anything.
Yeah.
But then when they go to the car, you're going to look to see what kind of car it is.
G-Wagon.
If it's that woman, you know what? At some point, you're busy with other stuff. If I found a convenient way to get that woman on with the G-Wagon and all the expenses, and the husband pays for gas, I got nothing for my kids. I had to borrow money. That teacher making about $8,000, give or take, a month.
None for the kids.
None for the kids. And she's sitting there doing that. Oh, that is the winner.
How long do you think Gary was standing by his weed whacker?
Yeah.
just waiting to be picked.
I admire the effort on that. Yeah, I do. Yeah. I do have a thing about the edging. It's artificial to me, particularly down the shore. A little bit of natural. Maybe it's my laziness wanting to get out of work. I don't mind mowing lawns, but the edging, I hate that.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just too much.
He's a contender. He is a contender for the winner.
Oh, yeah.
He's a contender. Definitely a good contender.
Is this the real Robert of Ben Salem?
It is.
We'll find out. Robert of Ben Salem. It might be a phony. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry, it's good to talk to you guys today.
It's a real one, I think. Yes,
it is.
Yes, it is. It was great to hear Leslie again. I saluted my radio when Henry gave his Epstein answer.
Oh, God, he took me out today on it. And that's outside the rules, but okay, he won.
But no, that was great. And I'm betting
absolutely.
And I'm betting $20 that the word ubiquitous ends up on your list of words you like to say.
You know what? It is on there.
Goes for
Luddite. I'm on the Luddite kick. But recently.
Dom, I have to tell you, man, the world we're living in right now, I mean, for the last 10 years, they've been calling Trump anti-Semitic, and now they're saying he's kissing Bibi Netanyahu's butt. I mean, and they're still saying it. And me and you were talking about how hard it is to negotiate with Islamic fundamentalists. The left are no different. They are more loyal to their whacked-out cause than many Muslims are to the Quran, in my view. You cannot negotiate with them.
Right.
We will reach an accord with the Muslim world before we reach an accord with the American left.
And Robert,
I mean, that's just my opinion.
This is another job. I guess maybe it never gets filled, but I do feel for Martina McBride, for example, and certainly for Dart. I'd love to have somebody fund a group when the left comes to attack you to make you stand your ground. And what are the best tactics to use to be able to do that? Maybe it just comes down, the Giants need Dart. Martina McBride may or may not be marginal, and that's how all this goes.
Can't even celebrate a birthday for the country without these crazy whack jobs ruining everything. The left ruins everything they touch, Dom.
Well, and Robert, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Robert, I haven't heard it anywhere. Good for Leslie, too. I didn't know the person who was picking this and in charge was the Biden appointee.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, Tom. And since I really want to enjoy the weekend, I want to keep it fun with my side answer. It's a little out of the box, and I know you don't like to wear sweatpants. But if you drive a lot like I do, sweatpants are usually the most comfortable option. However, every time you have to run into the bathroom to go real bad, you pull that string, and instead of untying, it knots up. Now you got a problem. In fact, I would tell you that the odds of it knotting up are directly proportional to how bad you got to go, you know? Oh, but it's just one of my little bugaboos.
That is a
You
menace.
guys have a wonderful weekend, Dom. I appreciate you.
Oh, God. Look, I am the princess on a pea here. Henry had to come in because I'm seeing a little green lights here. And what it was a Philadelphia Eagles helmet somebody had left on one of the posts here, beaming off. I don't see them anymore. That's right. It's not me. You're probably thinking, this is a deteriorating
Yeah, you're seeing
sign.
spots to start the show. I'm like, it's going to be a long day.
And I told you, there it is, the helmet. I can still see it's beaming me right in the eyes. This chair feels like an 16th of an inch too low today. So let's work on that. All right, it is the lightning round next. All-time, everyday menace. Hit us with your best shot.
Attention PA New Jersey home sellers over 60. The silver tsunami is not coming, it is here. More empty nesters selling equals more competition. And the truth is, prepared homes will sell, overpriced homes will sit, and unprepared sellers will take forever to sell and for less money. Diane Giordano Casaccio, broker owner of Giordano Realtors here, and join me for my next home seller seminar June 9th at 5 p.m. in Fort Washington for wine, appetizers, and a meet and greet with Dom Giordano. Seminar starts at 6. Learn how to prepare early, avoid costly mistakes, sell fast, and create your game plan before the market gets more competitive. Every attendee gets a free copy of one of my home selling books. Diane Giordano says, your worst nightmare is when your home does not sell. RSVP now. Learn what you should have done first. Call 215-576-8666 or go to 215-576-8666.com.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
I love this song! I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Alcoholics Anonymous. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. There is a solution. You can find us at aa.org.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, it is the lightning round, and then the winner of the week will spin or throw dice for that. By the way, this guy, Pratt in L.A., his closing argument is, hey, just look around. And you really want this. And Dan Henry gave you what we'd have a chance to play today, but let's put it on the list.
He gave me some audio how they're setting up fake homeless encampments around council members' houses in LA.
Fake, the protesters.
Yeah.
Well, put that on the sheet for Monday, though. Yeah, I want to do it justice and play that. And again, they look pretty homeless to me. I mean,
to the naked eye. Yeah.
To the naked eye, yeah. And Pratt's argument is these are not homeless, they're drug addicts. And in large measure, that's what the issue is. They won't go into a shelter or anything else because they want to do what they want to do. Drew of Upper Darby. He's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew.
Hey, Dom, thanks for having me, man. Hey, Dom, you know what? When I was in a certain country in the military overseas, when I was on the bus, I would notice that, like, no one stands. A man would open up his legs and make room on the same seat he's on, just so someone can grab that seat. They're not standing. You know what I mean?
Right.
Stateside here, you know, I always yield my seat to the elderly or a woman, you know, but here, there could be like a 95-year-old woman where we're all standing, and you look around on the L, the bus, the trolley, and you'll see just one person, whether they're sleeping or their bags, they're taking up 3 seats. It's like, it's mind-boggling. Thanks, Tom.
That is a good one. I remember, to his credit, former Army secretary, we're on the elevator with him, and a female who was young as Henry, and she was more toward the back, and he made sure, and he's exactly right, we let her get off first. But you don't know how that's received by something. See, I think it's kind of mythical. Any woman who would say something like, well, you know, I don't like that, you're a rat, so what do I care what you think? It is. And he's right, though. It's not just not standing. It's keeping all your stuff on there, too.
Man-spreading, I think is the word he's looking for.
Yeah, well,
taking up 2 seats with your legs?
Yeah, sometimes that's a little bit overrated. At the Knick game, who is it, the B-list celebrity who complained that the Dylan guy, Timothy, was man-spreading? I can't picture that guy doing it.
Timothy
You didn't see that? Yeah, you didn't
call
see
him
that?
a B-lister?
No, the woman who complained and said he didn't give any space to her. He was man-spreading. I don't see that guy
you got
doing
your own
it.
chair. Calm down.
I don't. No way. You'll see it. If you Google it, it was at the Knicks thing recently. I think it was Knicks. Michael in Wilmington. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Dom. How are you, my good sir? Yasu and Jean Dobre to everybody. A little Polish and Greek today.
Why not?
So I know we're short on time, but my side today is there is nothing worse, Dom. I know you know this. Got a nice pair of socks on, fresh, hot pair of socks on out of the dryer, walk around the house, and wouldn't you know, the ultimate menace, that stupid little puddle in the bathroom, in the kitchen, on the rug
that's
that
exactly
you
right.
always step in, and that sock gets wet at just the worst possible point. So it's that invisible puddle that shows up out of nowhere, the worst menace out there.
I would throw it out, but it's not the puddle's fault. The sock is out now.
Exactly
I'm
right.
not doing it. That's it. It's over.
You're not wrong.
I wish we could take everybody today. But we're flat again. We got to get a winner of the week. Kirk, who did you like?
I'm going with Scott and Matt Laurel with people taking too much time backing in their car.
That was a great call, too. It was
Yes.
all in the call. But
Yep.
there were several others. Henry, how about
Yeah,
you?
I'll second Scott's call. Also throw in Joe Vexens for not standing for the anthem, and Gary and Newtown's weed whacking / holding up the line with the car.
That was my second
Kind of
one,
like
too.
Leslie's, too, but I got to go with Scott's on this.
Woo-woo.
It
Right.
was a call maybe of the most recent on the – it was
Stellar.
they're Hall of Famers here, and he might be a referee. So let's review the week, Henry.
Yeah, quickly. Monday, we asked for duo Xenos, one with gravy and sauce. Tuesday, we asked for all-time movie prop.
Right.
Gary Newtown with the exploding message from Mission Impossible. Wednesday, we asked for that all-time Journey. Lance South Philly one with the American Journey. Yesterday, we asked for someone who's in a league of their own. Maureen Winwood one with Johnny Weissmuller. And you just heard it there, Scott Mount Laurel one with his answer today. If we put all of those into the hat, get a little drum roll going. Okay, that is a number 2. So Tuesday's winner, Gary. Look at that.
All right.
Gary, all right, all comes around for you. Gary, you get a copy of the great Scott Jennings book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. The nugget of the day, the average wedding in the Philadelphia area, $45,497. That's
surprising.
ludicrous. Mike Opelka will take you home on the afternoon show. Have a great weekend. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial